Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Morning. We'll call the Finance and Facility Committee to order. We will start with the attendance of the trustees. Trustee Coles. Here. Trustee. Here. Trustee Jacqueline Johnson. Here. And move forward with the agenda. First item on the agenda is the minutes from the November 19th, 2024 committee meeting. Are there any changes or additions to the minutes? Seeing none, is there a motion for approval?
So I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. We'll go ahead with roll call. Trustee Coles.
Aye.
Trustee Janasek.
Aye.
Trustee Jana Johnson.
Aye.
Trustee Jacqueline Johnson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Moe. And the chair votes aye. With that, we will jump right into our agenda. It's a pretty full agenda this morning. And to start us off, I'll turn it over to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. When I was preparing my remarks, I did not have this item in there, but I would like to provide some additional information related to the federal funding freeze and new information that we've learned since the Chancellor commented on it yesterday afternoon. You know, as we're now aware, the Federal Office of Management and Budget issued a memorandum late Monday requiring that all federal agencies temporarily pause disbursement of federal financial assistance. As written, the information provided by federal OMB was ambiguous and would have a significant impact on many of our federally funded programs we administer and the constituents, primarily students, that we serve. It also would impact funding for some of our employees who are funded by federal dollars. So yesterday, there was a lot of work being done of trying to find out exactly what this all meant, kind of an all hands on deck, trying to find out from federal sources, state sources, professional associations and others. And many of the team was chasing down information throughout the day. There were 4 messages that went out to campus leadership to share the information that we did know at that time, which I think was a bit frustrating because it was limited. What occurred since then, probably a major item, is that a federal judge issued a temporary stay that pauses the administration's implementation of this funding freeze until at least Monday, February 3rd. And then the judge has scheduled a hearing to decide next steps. So we still need to gather information about the impact of this temporary pause would have on us, but we do have a little bit more time now because of this temporary stay. Some new information that we did learn that the Chancellor mentioned in his update that Pell Grants and direct loans would not be impacted by this directive. We also learned that included all Title IV funds. So federal work study would also not be impacted by this. And we also learned that the GI Bill would not be impacted by this. But there's still a lot more questions than answers related to this. And we'll be continuing to work through learning more about this and communicating with our colleges and universities on what we know and what information we may need and any guidance that we can provide. The information that I'm sharing with you, I would just say is a lot of it's coming directly from a correspondence that was sent to us from MMB last evening. So I'll pause there for a second. If there's questions, I may not have answers, but but just wanted to provide the trustees with an update of what we have learned since yesterday mid-afternoon.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and keep moving forward.
Thank you. Two other updates. One, the system office redesign and renovation project. Project is staying on time and on budget. We're still operational, or still on track to be fully operational, our new space on July 1st, 2025. Demolition was completed in December. All the framing is completed. We're getting ready to finalize new furniture orders. The AV and the technology order has been done. And we are working with a diverse supplier on a signage package. So everything is on schedule and budget with that, which is great news. And would like to thank the team for their continued work on this project. Another update, which we've been having a lot of conversations with our college and university leaders. The Governor Walz and Lieutenant Governor Flanagan released their biennial budget recommendation on January 16th. The governor's office bonding proposal was released on January 23rd, and Associate Vice Chancellor Swanson will provide details related to that during the facilities planning portion of the meeting today. But I wanted to provide a few comments about the governor's biennial budget recommendation. So overall, the budget recommendation included spending pullbacks and other measures to control spending given the current economic environment. The total budget is actually a net general fund reduction of $574 million. The budget does invest $748 million in targeted investments, including $15 million over the biennium to help with the $211 million state grant shortfall. This was the only investment in the budget for higher education. No portion of Minnesota State's $465 million budget request was included in the governor's office budget recommendation. Although this is a no change recommendation for Minnesota State, it does impact current funding levels. A no change recommendation means no change from the funding levels provided for in current funding law. The current law reductions from the operating budget perspective mean that if the governor's budget was implemented, that the annual amount for campus-based appropriations would decrease by $22.5 million annually, and the annual amount available for tuition replacement would decrease by $12.5 million annually. Of course, the governor's budget recommendation is the first step in the process of establishing the next biennium's budget. At the end of February, MMB will release another state economic forecast that will be used as the basis for the legislature setting and negotiating overall spending targets in March through the end of session in May. So there's much more to come related to that, but I did want to emphasize the point that if there is no additional funding for Minnesota State operations, that we will actually lose funding from fiscal year 25 into the next biennium. And that concludes my updates, Chair Hipsch.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Mackey. Are there any questions for Vice Chancellor?
And what would be the funding gap then that you last referenced there per year?
Chair Hipsch, Chair Sewell, the funding gap on operating dollars over the biennium would be $70 million. So it'd be $22.5 million of base appropriation loss in fiscal 26 and 27, being $45 million over the biennium, and then $12.5 million each year for tuition relief, which would be another $25 million. So that was some of the nature of some of the one-time funding that was in the 24-25 biennium, and not being able to cover those tails or with the state's current economic condition.
Thank you for the update. Have you begun some scenario planning around the 70 million?
Chair Hipsch, Trustee Johnson, there has been a significant amount of scenario planning that's been occurring. As we get more information, our colleges and universities update their scenarios. And I think, you know, one of the scenarios that is much different than it's been in the recent years is that our biennial budget request emphasized the board having flexibility related to tuition. So there are many more scenarios being run related to various tuition adjustments for next biennium than there probably has been the last decade, where that's relatively been a fixed amount of 3%, 3.5%, or a freeze. So a lot of work's been happening in that area. And like the first item I gave, there's a lot of ambiguity that starts to play itself out over session, but we'll continue to update the board as we go throughout the spring.
Trustee Robinson.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch.
I listened to the hearing in the Senate, I believe, on, with the Office of Higher Education on the state grant program. They said they've already started rationing state grants, which I remember thinking, I wonder if they'd use the word ration in the Health and Human Services Committee. So I'm just wondering, I'm not an expert at the way the Minnesota legislature works, but we have people that are, that sit at this table. I'm going to continue to push that we advocate that the allocation of, by the legislature, of money between committees, again, Minnesota underfunds higher education compared to other states. We put more money in K-12 with results that aren't great, and significantly more in human services than other states, meaning we don't teach people to fish very well. We give them fish. So also within a committee, once they get their allocation, maybe former Senators Moe or Janicic know this, but so they give a pot of money to the higher ed committees. Could someone on the committee advocate for maybe reducing the North Star program maximum pay to our top tuition versus the University of Minnesota tuition, and then taking some of that funding to fill our gaps for our, you know, our request, or put more money into the state grant? I'm not making, you know, whatever it would be. I assume that kind of thing could happen. Yeah.
I'm guessing what Vice Chancellor Mackey is waiting for is the next forecast. I mean, that really dictates everything. So it's great to plan and develop scenarios. You have to do that, but we don't know what the next forecast will be, and that will be the benchmark that the legislature will work off. So until we know that, which won't come until March. Is it March now?
I believe so. I don't know the exact date, but it tends to linger into the first few days of March many years.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Mackey, for the update. Before we move on, I want to also recognize the President Liaisons that are joining us here today. Thank you so much for joining us at the committee. Our next topic is contracts requiring board approval. We have one contract today in there, and I'll turn it back over to you, Vice Chancellor.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. In your packet, in addition, is also reporting out the contracts between 1 and 3 million that occurred between the November board meeting and the January board meeting for your information. The contract we're seeking approval for today is for a third-party owner's rep for the Next Gen Workday student project. The board approved an adjusted budget for student at its special meeting in November. And within that budget, there was funding included for these services. When the RFP process for our new ERP system, I'm sorry for using acronyms there, was launched in 2019 to determine our system, the board leadership and the chancellor at that time determined that it's important to have a third-party owner's rep as part of the project team to serve as an advocate and to provide industry experience throughout Minnesota State's selection process and then through implementation. Accordingly, a contract with Barry Dunn was approved by the board in January 2020. Over the past 5 years, board leadership and the entire board have heard from the third-party owner's rep during that time. The utilization of a third-party owner's rep was identified as one of the strengths of the Next Gen HCM finance implementation. So the team has gone through a process over the last few months of selecting and recommending a new partner to serve as an RFP. And with me at the table is Senior Vice Chancellor Green Stephen and Vice Chancellor Bailey, who will be the two executive sponsors that will be working most closely with this third-party owner's rep if it's approved during the project. So you have information in your packet to approve a motion to enter into an agreement for up to 7 years, not to exceed $3.66 million with Campus Works. And again, I mentioned where the funding was from. The initial contract for the third-party owner's rep services would be just over $1.3 million over 5 years. So the additional authority that's being asked for of $2.36 million is that over this term, this third-party owner's rep would also be able to provide services if needed, where we have gaps in capacity that occur or need additional work in certain areas. So for example, during HCM and finance, we had a transition with the project manager or the program manager that happened unexpectedly, and Barry Dunn was able to transition us for several months. We also had some staffing shortages within our change management area that Barry Dunn was able to help, and also did some, specific work related to quality assurance throughout the project that was beyond the scope of being a third-party owner's rep. So those additional services aren't completely defined at this point. They kind of happen naturally throughout the project of implementation. And if there were to be increases on top of the 1.3 million, there's a process in place where board leadership is involved in approving those additional increases through the governance structure that we have with the Next Gen project. So I will pause there, and I'll see if my colleagues want to add any information before turning it back over to Chair Hipsch.
Questions on the third-party owner rep contract? Chief Olson.
If I might, thank you very much. This, I think, this is a change from a familiar relationship. We've come to know Barry Dunn, and I don't recall the last time Campus Works has introduced themselves to the board or presented directly. So this is a bit of an unknown. I wonder if you could just describe some of the key criteria that led you to prefer a change at this time. It's a 7-year contract too, so this is a rather important relationship as this project moves into the next phase. I also understand from my perspective that Campus Works has been actively involved as part of the change management process here, but I don't know if the same principles that have been in that work are now going to be operating as third-party reps, and how that relationship is occurring as well. So you could address those questions. Thank you.
Chair Hitch, Trustee Coles, we did do an RFP process, and in that RFP process, there were certain criteria about experience being a third-party rep in a large-scale implementation of a CRM. It was a competitive RFP process. There were several companies or organizations that applied, and Campus Works rose to the top in that search. It was a group of folks that have worked on HCM and finance, as well as folks that would be working with student. And we also thought with the current relationship with Barry Dunn, their contract would be up in the middle of the implementation of student, which would cause a huge risk to the project. So moving the RFP before we implemented student, we thought was the best route to take. But again, it was a competitive RFP process, and out of the search, Campus Works rose to the top in terms of need for student. Again, I'll turn over to my colleagues as they were also part of that process. Folks that worked on the project, rates and finance were on that in that process, and then folks that would be working with student, looking at different needs that weren't in the platform.
Chair Hips, Trustee Coles, I'll also add Campus Works is not new to us. In the beginning of the project, they did participate and help us with the RFP and some other information gathering processes as well. And so they are not unfamiliar with us. So going through that fair process, we felt like that was an additional component to us being able to transition more smoothly. So we did consider that as well.
Does Campus Works continue as our primary change management provider in a separate contract as well?
They do not. So Campus Works will be new to the project in this particular part of the phase of the project. So they were not involved in HCM and finance, and they will be involved in student. They will not necessarily sort of provide change management services. That's already sort of baked into the scope of the project between Team Workday and Minnesota State. But certainly they will be participating with us and ensuring that as we look at best practices, we'll make sure that we're moving those forward. But the answer to your question is no, they have not up until this point participated in our project's organizational change management practice.
So do I take that to be one of the lessons learned in the process of the HR and finance modules being implemented, that we no longer require a third-party change management resource?
Not quite. Our third-party owners rep actually wasn't there to necessarily provide
Specifically, Campus Works had a contract with us for change management services within the organization, separate from a third-party rep role.
No, so they never participated in an organizational change management perspective. So our implementation partner is Deloitte. So talking about sort of two separate things here. So the organizational change management was never outsourced as a third party to the project. That's actually in the project. And we manage that with Team Workday. Deloitte and Workday brings in change management resources. Minnesota State brings in their change management resources. That makes the entire project's change management, organizational change management resource for the project. But Campus Works is not participating in that particular part of the project. That's something completely separate.
All right, for my clarification then, what role did Campus Work play prior to this new role as third-party rep?
So I'll also lean on Vice Chancellor Mackey because he was actually here during that process. My understanding was in the very inception, many, many years ago, they participated in information gathering processes as well as the needs of the RFP and building that out. But Vice Chancellor Mackey, I don't know if you have some more insight into that.
Chair Hips, Trustee Coles, they also provided a lot of expertise in evaluating the RFPs and helping us structure the overall selection process of ending up with Workday in 2019.
I note that you're dating me terribly in your comments, but thank you very much for that clarification.
And I believe the plan will be as we come back in March or April when we have the next update for Next Gen, we would be asking College Works to join so we have a chance as a board to interact and meet them. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair Hibbs.
Other questions on this contract? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We'll go through a roll call vote. Trustee Cole.
Aye.
That contract is approved. Thank you so much for the background on it. Our next item is a little bit more of a deep dive into systems, facility initiatives, and college and university comprehensive facilities planning. I'll turn it back over to Vice Chancellor Mackey.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. This agenda item is the second in a series of strategic discussions related to an overarching framework for the management of our Minnesota State facilities. The presentation builds off of information provided in March 2024, and today is going to focus on a more detailed look at the comprehensive facility planning process from the perspective of one university and one college. I'm going to turn the presentation over to our new Associate Vice Chancellor, Brian Swanson, and I think he'll mention a little bit more about his background. He joined us on December 4th. I forget that he hasn't been with us for 2 months. He has jumped right in and is out visiting campuses and learning projects and learning about Minnesota State. So very grateful to have him on board, and he will throwing him right to work here. He'll lead the presentation here of the next two agenda items. So I will step back and turn it over to him.
All right. Well, thank you, Chair Hipsch and trustees. Good morning. As Bill said, for those of you that I have not had the opportunity to meet yet, my name is Brian Swanson. I'm the new facilities Brian, replacing the old facilities Brian. I think that was a requirement of the job. So I've been with Minnesota State for just under 2 months now, and I have to say I'm really enjoying the role. I joined you from the University of Minnesota, where I spent most of my career working in various facilities, finance, and campus operations roles. So a lot of familiar things, but then a whole new place to learn as well, which has been phenomenally fun. With me today are Karen Hewitt, System Director for Capital Planning and Analysis, Dr. Ken Jans from Winona State, Jim Goblish, Assistant Vice President for Facilities Management at Winona, Lori Cluth, President of the St. Cloud Technical and Community College, and I had Jason Thiessen from Facilities on my list as well. So before you today, and I'm going to have to figure out, this might be the big challenge, is figuring out the clicker. Before you today is the second presentation in a series of strategic discussions related to the broader topic of how we plan for and manage our campus facilities. So in March, you received some background information on the history of the state capital investment, as well as some goals and recommendations for the facilities program. We have 3 parts to today's presentation, and I'll start with just some kind of additional background information, a bit of a refresher, and an update on the current 2025 state request. And then the majority of today's presentation and discussion will be on the role of the comprehensive facilities plan and the planning process. And we'll hear from 2 of our campuses that recently went through that process. And then lastly, and time permitting, I know we've got a lot today, so I'll watch the chair for a high sign. We'll provide a brief update on the goals and recommendations that we presented in March. All right. So Minnesota State has an enormous physical footprint, which is a lot to manage. It's big both in total square footage, its geographic distribution, and sheer number of buildings, 840 buildings around the system, which just boggles the mind. Of that 28.5 million square feet of space, 80% of that, or 22.5 million square feet, is academic space. And that means in most cases, it was the state of Minnesota that paid for it to be built. And I think it's just like when you build a house, you shouldn't be surprised that there's an obligation to maintain it and renew it over time. You don't just get to build it. When you do that, there's a whole life cycle of costs that should come with it, and that's what we face now as a challenge, is the money to actually do that expected work. From a space system, one of the long-term goals that was discussed in March was space scheduling, utilization study, and analysis. Currently, 39% of that 28.5 million square feet of space is uncategorized. Academic space, which is the classrooms and labs, make up about 19% of the space. But I think the lesson I've learned in the time I've been here is that the quality and the accuracy of the space data varies widely across the system. With no bonding bill again in 2024, the trend for capital investment continues its downward trajectory. And unfortunately, as we've seen from every time, a missed funding cycle is just that. It's a missed cycle. We don't get more to make up for the fact that we missed last time the next time. We just never get that money. Which then, nobody should be surprised that year over year, our backlog of our deferred renewal continues to grow. And I want to pause here. We talked in our pre-meeting about kind of the word change from deferred maintenance to deferred renewal. And it's a small, but I think important difference. Maintenance is what you do with your operating budget. At home, you change your furnace filter every month, or you should. If you miss a month, you change the filter next month and you go about your business. You do your annual tune-up, you have your furnace people come out, they clean it, they do their work. That's maintenance. But you can do that every year, year over year, and at some point, the furnace is just worn out. The parts are shot, the circuit board is dead, you need a new furnace, and at that point, you're on borrowed time. That's deferred renewal. The two are related. If you keep up on your maintenance, your assets last longer. If you defer your maintenance, your assets deplete quicker. And that's why you need both regular and recurring maintenance funding and a steady and predictable source of capital asset renewal. The challenge we face with this backlog is that we have neither steady and recurring maintenance money or predictable and adequate renewal funding. And we keep driving the assets into the ground, and you can only do that for so long. So our 2025 state budget request, this is just a reminder of what we requested. It's a repeat of our 2024 request, less one project and adjusted for inflation. And then the governor's recommendation, last week the governor recommended 102.994 million of HEAPR. And I'm really curious why they just didn't round up the last 6,000 to get to an even 103 million, because just about every place I shop these days, they ask, would you like to round up for a good cause? And I just can't think of what a better cause to round up for than would be Minnesota State. So really, what's another $6,000 on $102 million? But that's how the math worked out, I guess. Timeline. Well, we're not really even started with the 25 request. We're moving forward with preparations on the 26 request. General scoring on 18 candidate projects begins this week. These are all projects we've seen before, many with significantly adjusted scopes and costs. So you can look forward to more information on these in the coming months. And with that, I will turn it over and the power of the clicker to my colleague, Karen.
Thank you, Brian. Chair Hipsch and committee, I am Karen Hewitt and serve as the System Director for Capital Planning and Analysis. And it is my pleasure to present an overview of the comprehensive facility planning process. And as we just heard from Trustee Moe, it is great to plan. The goal for campus comprehensive facility planning is to provide the campus with a framework to align its financial, physical, and academic resources to deliver the best education to its students. Comprehensive facility plans, or CFPs, set the strategic direction of how short, mid, and long-term projects intend to fulfill the mission of teaching, research, and public service. Capital Planning, my unit, prepares comprehensive facility planning guidelines and utility master planning guidelines that explain the required deliverables for the campus and the consultant team. Standardized checklists ensure the planning process and products meet expectations at each progress submittal. Direct costs for preparing a CFP with a utility master plan range from $80,000 for maybe a single campus location to up to $200,000 for a university. Current guidelines recommend that campuses update their CFP every 5 years or when there are significant changes in leadership or mission occur. And like most strategic planning initiatives, the CFP begins with assembling and analyzing a large amount of data to understand the current state. Academic plans lead the way for facilities. Demographic and facilities information is pulled from enterprise scheduling, EMS, asset management, VFA, energy and water consumption systems, which is B3 benchmarking, as well as other sources. It's a lot. Although this collection of data is helpful for short-term analysis, there are limitations if the data are not accurate or if the systems are not very mature. The static snapshot in time data sets a baseline for understanding the needs of a dynamic campus environment. After the data is analyzed, future planning begins that include faculty, staff, and students. Public engagement with neighbors and regional business is strongly encouraged. And with a clear future vision, a list of capital projects emerges. Finally, the CFP is presented to the Vice Chancellor of Finance Facilities for approval. Comprehensive facilities plans are generally a year-long process that produces a reference and guide for future campus development. And this sample timeline from Bemidji State University shows the phase duration and date of progress submittals at 35, 65, and 95% complete. And we are looking forward to kicking off the SUCF process next week. With guiding principles set for their future desired state, like these shown from St. Cloud State University, institutions use their CFPs primarily to develop a list of capital projects. Each project has a cost estimate and identifies a funding source, such as general obligation bonds or campus funds. Quality graphics help convey the desired future state and help build public support. Projects identified in the CFP may become candidates for a capital budget request by preparing a pre-design. Pre-designs describe the physical problem to be solved and set a budget and a program to meet the need. Capital planning prepares pre-design guidelines that align with the Minnesota Department of Administration for understanding the full scope, cost, and the desired outcome of the project. These pre-designs, like SMSU Center for Rural Health and Wellness or Normandale's Library, play an important role in preparing a capital budget request. During general scoring, participants are nominated by campus presidents to read, evaluate, and score the projects based on the content of these pre-designs. There are deans, administrators, vice presidents, facilities directors, and I think we even have one student participating this year in our general scoring. Projects will be scored based on how well they respond to social, economic, technological, environmental, and political drivers of change. And this score informs the priority project ranking that the board will consider this May. So although the CFP process and guidelines provide a standardized approach, there are opportunities for improvement. And with your guidance going forward, we will change our approach of how, when, and what we collect and modify our guidelines to become more responsive and useful to campuses as well as to our system. So this concludes my remarks. Do you have any questions before we hear from our two campuses?
Any questions? Mr. Jennison.
What, maybe 50,000, the magic number on pre-design? Perfect.
I think for one thing, that used to be a threshold for a public procurement process, and that was part of aligning that process with some threshold to just pick a number. I'm not aware of any other rationale.
Trustee Jacqueline Dotson.
Thank you, Chair Hibbs. I'm not sure if you can answer this question. I did read through the materials and look at your PowerPoint, and Mr. Swanson, it's nice to see that you've come over to the light side. We share that in common. I looked at the attachments also. So I'm looking at the decline both in headcount and in full year equivalent students across almost all of the campuses. I think there's one exception. Then I'm looking also, I think, at somewhere in the report that there are underutilized spaces and unused spaces. I'm thinking about the huge shift in higher education from in-person to hybrid and online instruction. And maybe in the presentation from our campuses, we'll hear more about how those factors influence this, because in some ways, if I were making a decision about how much money and where it should go, I would want to know specifically about how those declines in students and decline in the need for certain kinds of instructional spaces, and also the fact that there are unutilized spaces are influencing the full request. So it's maybe a big question, but I appreciate that we've got two campuses here who I expect can speak to those issues. Thank you.
Thanks for your indulgence, Mr. Chair. I'm not a member of the committee, but Jackie, as you asked that question, it occurred to me, I'm from the Mankato area. I spent my entire career at Minnesota State Mankato, at 23 years in the state. And I spent it in a building that at least two presidents have been trying to replace. And understanding that there are a bunch of campuses here that I think are in similar circumstances. And my question is, the building is Armstrong Hall. And Armstrong Hall, at least through 2021 when I was last there, 30% of the student population at Mankato had courses in there. And so my question is, what happens when the baling twine and spit are no longer sufficient to hold a building that serves 30% of the student population together? Sorry, we'll figure it out. Chair Hipp, Trustee Grabowski, that's an excellent question, because we have these situations all across the system. And I happened to get a chance to tour Armstrong Hall here just in the time I've been here, and heard from the facility staff there and President Inch about the delaminating insulation in the ductwork, and it costs them $250,000 every time they need to go in and clean that out, and it's almost an annual process. So people keep trying to stretch the life of these buildings, and you can go down to Southwest State, and we saw pictures of their water pipes that are just about clogged shut, and they've got a ladder in a hallway with hoses draining leaky roofs. This is a problem, and you try and prioritize those projects. I mean, there's a reason Armstrong Hall is at the second at the top of your list. And you try and knock these things off with keeper where you can, but there is a direct, that the slide with the deferred renewal backlog growing, there's a building and a project behind every little increment on that bar chart, and you can go around the system and point to things. And this is what we try and convey to the legislature, that you cannot build buildings in the 1960s, expect them to be exactly the way they were when you built them 50 years later. You get to 50 and things start to fall apart. People and buildings are kind of the same, predictable. This should not be a surprise. So we just stretch it as much as we can, and thank goodness we have phenomenal maintenance people on these campuses.
As you, first of all, welcome. I love your humor and plain Jerry Janicic-like spoken description. It occurs to me as you describe those two situations, if we just talk to the legislature, it's kind of dull, and others who have more appeal, like nonprofits and cities, get the funding and we don't. I'm wondering if we should take a page from the influencers today. I'm looking at Noel. Do we need to do videos and some social media? I mean, a lot of the lawmakers now are pretty young, and get some of this stuff out there to, I see nodding by a young person in the audience. Like, if you always do what you always did, you always get what you always got. I think we need to rethink our approach.
Chair Hipp, Trustee Arlington, that's wonderful on one aspect, but you also are trying to recruit students to these places. And so you're always caught in this catch-22 of saying, come here because it's a wonderful place and we offer this phenomenal education and it's place-based, and you don't want to be at home in your basement doing school. You want to come and engage, but oh, by the way, the place is crap and it's falling apart and we need more money. But we've got great people. And so this is the dilemma between facilities and admissions that you try and balance. Is Exactly. And so, welcome to our world.
If we can hold on a question, I just want to make sure we get into the hearing from the campuses, and then we'll have a little more time for questions. Turn it back.
Yep.
Chair Hips and trustees, thank you for allowing me this time to present our comprehensive plan. The title of Winona State's plan, Our Brilliant Tomorrow, reflects the aspirational nature of our comprehensive facilities plan. In our pre-planning discussions, we wanted our plan to be holistic, accessible, and interactive. And that led us to create the plan I'll present today. First, just orientation to our campuses. WSU's Winona campus was founded in 1858 as the first teachers college west of the Mississippi River. Today, the campus occupies approximately 20 city blocks in the heart of Winona. It is a very compact urban campus with limited green space and no room for growth on currently owned land. Due to this constrained footprint, the campus relies heavily on community partners to provide our students with sports and recreation facilities and housing options. Winona State's Rochester campus was established in 1917, 108 years ago. Currently, there are 3 locations, 2 on the RCTC campus and 1 in downtown Rochester. In addition, there are multiple clinical and internship sites supporting our nursing and health science and education programs throughout the community. All space in Rochester is leased. Our Brilliant Tomorrow is a resilience plan that addresses the future of learning and provides a comprehensive, integrated framework for an equitable, climate positive, and regenerative campus. What you see on the screen is the launch page for our interactive web-based plan. These 7 measures of success you see in the circles inform the guiding principles for our plan, which are advance a campus culture that supports equity, generate plans that are data informed and actionable, craft innovative and adaptable spaces, reinforce academic excellence, integrate sustainability and resiliency, and support growth and outreach and engagement with the community in Winona and Rochester. On this round of planning, we found gaps in our previous planning and expanded our scope. In this scope, we recognize the unique character and facility needs of each campus. Our Rochester campus and the students that attend there are vastly different than our campus in Winona and the students that attend in Winona. We mapped a path to carbon neutral operations through increasing efficiency of our facilities and sourcing renewable energy. We currently have 1 megawatt of solar on site on campus, and we participate in Xcel Energy's Renewable Connect program. Through these 2 programs, 60% of our electrical use is sourced from renewable sources. And we also documented holistic design priorities that will guide future projects. The planning process spanned from June 2021 through September 2022 and engaged a broad range of stakeholders, both within our campus community and our local communities. Out of this planning effort emerged 9 key projects that impact all aspects of our campus to include academics, student life, sports and recreation, and infrastructure. More detail on these key projects. This Center for Interdisciplinary Collaboration, Engagement, and Learning replaces 2 obsolete buildings with a new interdisciplinary net zero energy building that houses art and design, computer science, and math and statistics. This project is currently in design and is requesting construction funding in the next legislative session. The Darrell W. Kruger Library renovation will transform our library into a learning commons that co-locates student-centered learning services such as tutoring, teaching, learning, and technology, the digital learning center, and library services into a unified experience that focuses on students' academic success. This project is requesting design and construction funding in the next legislative session. The electrical infrastructure modernization project will upgrade our mission-critical emergency power and medium voltage power distribution systems and prepare the campus for future decarbonization projects. This project is requesting design and construction funding in the next legislative session. This project has been on WSU's HEAPR list for the past 17 years awaiting funding. The campus decarbonization plan will prepare a detailed strategy to achieve our goal to be carbon neutral. Our next project will be an analysis of our central steam infrastructure to learn better how to transition this natural gas-based resource to a carbon neutral system. The Mark and Main Residence Hall will be a 350-bed hall focused on first-year students. Our newest residence halls were built in 2010. The remainder are from the 1960s or older. Only 2 of our 8 halls have air conditioning, and the condition of our older halls is not competitive with peer institutions. For this project, we're partnering with the WSU Foundation to build and finance this project. The Laird Norton building is the former headquarters of the Laird Norton Lumber Company, one of the founding industries of Winona. We acquired this property through a generous donor. Again, we're partnering with the WSU Foundation to build and finance this project. Then the last key project I'll share with you is the Fieldhouse Event Center and Lake Park Baseball Softball Field. This will involve relocating our baseball field to the city of Winona's Lake Park and constructing a multi-sport field house. We're currently in discussions with several local entities who are interested in partnering on the financing, construction, and operation of this facility. President Jans, would you like to add?
Chair Hips and trustees, I'd like to add to the context that we are the first teachers college west of the Mississippi, and founded in 1858. So we have history, and we have some old buildings, old facilities. And I know it was asked earlier, what are we doing about older spaces, existing spaces? Part of this plan to right size our campus. We just recently surplus 3 of our buildings on campus, 2 of which have recently sold. And we're looking to sell a 3rd. I think an important other element that we need to recognize is the importance of community partnerships to actually make several things a reality. Our residence halls are aging, so our Winona State Foundation is stepping up, working with closely to start building a new residence hall to get our 3rd air-conditioned residence hall. I'll just tell you, after being president for 2 years at the start of school, those 119-degree days in some of our residence halls get a little hot for our students, and we need to find ways to rectify that to be a viable campus. But I think it's really important. And, you know, right now, as you see the screens up there, we're having great conversations with our cities, with our local school partners, our K-12 school partners, in how we start looking at athletic facilities and building joint facilities where we can all grow together as a community. And so I think that's really important. And those have been some very fruitful discussions within our community. I'd also think that we need to also look at, you know, the state bonding focus. We see more and more local projects getting into the stream. And yet I think we need to look at the stewardship of the current existing buildings we have within the Minnesota state system. And I think we need to double down on the importance of maintaining what we have as these, and I'm sure all of these local projects are awesome, but I think we need to, you know, really stress the importance of maintaining the current facilities we have within the Minnesota state and Minnesota system as a state as well. So I think all those are important, but I think going forward, how we engage our community is going to be more important than ever.
Good morning, Chair Hibbs, trustees. Thank you so much for providing an opportunity for us to share a little bit about St. Cloud Technical and Community College and our comprehensive facility planning process. Our Director of Facilities, Jason Tyson, sends his regrets. He was not feeling well and was not able to make it today. But I do have with me our Vice President of Academic Affairs and Institutional Effectiveness, Dr. Ken Matthews, and our Vice President of Administration, Jeff Wagner. So if there are questions that they might be able to address, I know that they'd be happy to come up and share.
So our comprehensive facility planning process is not yet done. We are in process. We are almost done. But as you can see from the picture, we are seeing a lot more campus engagement. Students are coming back on campus. They want to be engaged. And we really developed our comprehensive facility plan around what our academic plan is, and use that to drive the comprehensive facility plan. We also looked at our strategic priorities, and we have 3 broad priorities: sense of belonging, student success, and sustainability. And so when we looked at the comprehensive facility plan, we really talked about how do we make the building welcoming? It should feel inclusive. People should be able to walk in and feel like, I belong here. Now, the people in the building bring it to life, but the building itself has to be welcoming. Student success. We need to have classrooms and labs that encourage active learning, engagement. We need to have the right labs that students can come in and they can learn for academic success. And then sustainability, obviously, with the building. We want it to be sustainable. These are significant investments, and then taking care of those buildings. Just a little bit about the building itself. We were in 1948 is when the college started. We just recently celebrated our 75th anniversary. We started out with one small building, Northway, built in 1948 as part of the school district. Today, we have 33 acres. We have just under 600,000 square feet of space. We have 5 buildings, and we are landlocked. And I'll talk a little bit more about some of these spaces and what we learned in our comprehensive facility plan. Campus engagement, there was wide campus engagement. Now, I do want to point out in this picture with Michaela, I like to think that she was that happy in this engagement process, not because of the nitro cold brew, and that is coffee. That is not alcoholic drink. When I first saw that, I was a little concerned. Michaela was very engaged, as were many people, and we are still engaging people in this process. And we'll talk a little bit more about what our next steps are. So what is next? Actually, on February 7th, a week from Friday, we have what we call All College Conversation Day. And our architects are coming on that day to present where we're at in the comprehensive facility plan to the entire campus community. What's also exciting is we have District 742, the superintendent, is coming to present their plan for Apollo High School. They are right down the road from us. And they are creating within Apollo High School career and technical education centers that are perfect alignment to what we're doing. And one example, and I thought about this yesterday with Senator Putnam, they received at Apollo High School funding to add an EMT ambulance base. They want to certify their students in high school in EMS. We are helping them do that. We are sending over our instructors to do, through customized training, to instruct students this spring semester. Their instructor will get trained and certified so they can take over the training. And then we're doing stackable credentials so their students can come right over into our EMT program and earn their college degree. And so looking at those community partners, as President Jen said, is really important, and making sure that we're considering those things as we're developing our comprehensive facility plan. Our goal is, after we present to everyone, after we get more student input and engagement, then we will submit to the system office for that final approval and then present. So engagement outcomes, what did we learn? We learned a lot. It was interesting. And some things were not a surprise. Some things were kind of an aha moment. So if you look at the top one, that is not the entire campus. We are not going to demolish and replace everything. It really comes down to one project, which I'll talk about on the next slide. But one thing we did learn, and some of the discussion, is improving that space utilization of general purpose classrooms. What we are finding, and it goes down to that main point about, or that last point about pocket parks. What we're hearing from students, they want to be engaged on the campus. They are coming back to campus. They want those active spaces where they can connect. And what we're hearing is they want to connect across departments. We just met with Student Senate the other day, and they said, I'm in welding, but I want to meet people from liberal arts. I want the college experience. We have a couple of spaces in our building. They're small and they are always full. So we talked about, there's an opportunity here to take some of those classrooms, those general purpose, and repurpose them to these pocket parks for student engagement. Construction technology. This is an area that continues to come up time after time in our comprehensive facility plan. The construction technology wing, we call it I-wing, was built in 1983. So it is now over 40 years old. You can see there's a list of the programs that we have in that space. What's interesting is that picture, if you look, there's some stairs going up and there's some white, that's a mezzanine. Now, I started at the college in 1998, and in 1999, we approached Minnesota State System Office and said, our electrical construction technology program is packed. We want to expand. It's critical workforce demand. We have a waiting list. We want to expand. We don't have space. Can we build a mezzanine as temporary space? We might want to redefine temporary because now we are in 2025 and that is still there. It is not ideal, but our faculty are very creative, so they are using it. We still have a waiting list for the electrical program, and it is still a critical, high demand industry. Right now, faculty don't have line of sight. If we were ever going to do this again, I don't think we could right now because there are accessibility issues. This is not great space. The same is true with our HVAC and our plumbing. Both programs that consistently have waiting lists, high demand, critical need areas, we don't have any place to expand to. When we look at this wing, this is where we have deferred renewal. Our HVAC in this wing is not great. It doesn't make sense to just renovate. The footprint doesn't lend itself well to do that. So this is one that we are proposing that we just build a new wing that's better aligned to our campus and then demolish. That's net 0 square footage. Well, we'd have a much better project. Another one that continues to come up in our comprehensive facility planning is our health sciences. So in 2010, we had an opportunity to purchase the Health Partners Clinic, which is just adjacent to our campus. Our health sciences programs were bursting at the seam. It was crazy. Our surgical technology, their classroom was located in their lab. It was very small, and they were using material. They had layers of material that demonstrated the layers of the body. That was all they had. We were able to purchase this building in 2010. We renovated in 2011, which was fantastic. However, since that time, we have added an associate degree of nursing program. We've added an additional cohort of LPN. Our dental program is asking to expand. They just worked with the accrediting agency. We're reaccredited, but they have approval to expand the program, but space is a limitation. Our sonography program, we have room for 12. There are so many people that would love to get into sonography and high demand program. There is no room to expand it. In the health sciences building case, we don't need to add square footage. We just need to reconfigure our existing space. But the scale and the scope of the project, it's a significant investment. And so we know that that's going to take us some time. So thinking about what are other ways we can engage with our community to be able to do that. But then we have a success story. And that's our Weedham Center for Student Success. So in 2015, we were able to purchase a building, the Heartland Clinic from CentraCare. And that building, we did not have a library at the time. It sounds so weird to say that, but we had just this little tiny room where we had a collection of books. And again, students were asking for gathering space. So we purchased the Heartland building. We did it with funds that we had set aside for that purpose because we knew that if it came up and we had it identified in our comprehensive facility plan, we would not be able to get capital bonding funding quickly enough to move on that purchase. We renovated the main level into the existing campus living room that we call it today, which is a picture of us gathering in that space, heavily used by students. The upper level, and you can see in the inset, we demoed it. But in the comprehensive facility plan, we were talking about what is the best fit for academic plans and for our strategic priorities. And we didn't settle on quite what that was. However, we recently had a partnership with the J.A. Weedham Foundation who approached us and said, what are your greatest needs? And we went back to that strategic plan and the academic plans and said, it's really to build something, a center that brings our first generation students together. Tutoring services, TRIO, and wraparound student support for our first generation students, which about half of our college population, actually over half, are first generation students. They generously gave us a $2 million matching challenge gift. It's over a 5-year period to do the capital renovations needed for this space. We have to raise an additional 2 million for the operations. I'm very pleased to say that we're at 1.4 million. We have hired a dean for this area. We'll be hiring 2 pathway navigators, and we have a plan ready to go. We want to build this out in the fall. One problem: the roof on this building leaks. What you don't see in this picture are the buckets that are collecting the water. We've had a HEAPR project to replace this roof, but we have not received HEAPR funding. And we don't want to invest $2 million of the generous donors funding and investment only to have a leaking roof that would negate beautiful space. So really hoping that we actually are successful in getting some HEAPR money, we wrap it into the project and get this going in the fall. We've seen a 14% increase in enrollment for fall, a 13% increase in FYEs for spring. We need to serve those students now. Our first generation students, they're coming to the college, they want to be successful, and we want to create the space to make that happen for them. That concludes my remarks, and I can turn it back over.
Thank you very much. Congratulations on your creative planning. I'm really impressed. I am convinced that community partnerships and strong foundation capital campaigns are a key to success. And combine that with the stories of the Armstrong Halls at the legislature to say, we're trying to help ourselves, but whatever you want to connect it with is we need your help. I think that's really important. So congratulations.
Cecil.
I have a couple of questions. In the written materials, revenue fund projects were discussed. And I assume those are facilities that generate revenue, that we can have bonds to pay for the facilities, and the bond payments are made by the revenues. Do we need somebody's permission to do that? That's my first question. The second question is, there was also a reference in the materials that we were going to discuss with the House Committee that's now in abeyance about other revenue sources for HEAPR type changes, renovations. What was your word, Brian? Pardon? Renewal. I'll have to remember that one. What are the other potential revenue sources? I mean, it just seems to me that, you know, we're getting behinder and behinder on all of these projects, and the bonding process, the legislature has kind of broken down, and legislators' focus are on local projects and nonprofits, et cetera, and these uniquely state assets are deteriorating, and we may need to do something on our own.
Chair Hips, Trustee Sewell. So there's two interesting parts there to what you were saying. So the first part is the revenue fund projects. And my understanding is that Minnesota State has the ability to issue debt for projects, but those are limited to things like parking facilities or dining facilities, rec centers, student unions, housing, where there is a requirement. And then with that comes a bond coverage requirement, which shows up in the CFI stuff you'll hear more about later, where you have to have a certain amount of coverage to make sure that your revenues cover that. And so there are limits on the kinds of projects you can do with that and how many any particular campus can take on at any given time. And so that's that would be one aspect of the revenue. On the alternative funding for asset renewal projects, I mean, this is the dilemma, is that in Minnesota, the expectation historically was the legislature took care of the capital part, and your operating budget and your tuition took care of the operations. There isn't enough tuition money, and there isn't enough operating money to pay for all that capital renewal on its own. And there aren't a lot of other places you can, even if you got a credit card, because I mean, from the University of Minnesota side, they can go issue debt. So you say, oh, well, why don't you just go issue debt for all your HEAPR projects? Well, that's fine, but you still have to pay the credit card bill every month. And so that's always the challenge, is where do you find the operating money to make the principal and interest payment on these asset renewal projects? And that is really hard to fund. Donors like to give to the excellence component of a project, the part that serves the students and the faculty that make it better. But it's really hard to get a donor to say, I'm going to go replace your steam tunnels underground that nobody's ever going to see, or replace that air handler on the roof or the roof itself. Those are just not big donor projects. And so it's a real dilemma where, and you'll see in the operating budget request that Vice Chancellor Mackey brings forward, we're trying to get some money in the operating budget for repair and replacement, which is kind of the operating budget equivalent of capital renewal, to start reflecting in the operating budget that if you aren't going to do it in bonding, you have to do it in operations. But you can't not do it in either.
Chancellor Olson.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. The thing that Brian's just referring to, we call critical infrastructure in the operating request. And I think there's 25 million in there in addition to what's all, well, the 25 million was for the demolition and that part of it. So that is something new. We haven't really gone after that before. And another thing you heard about from both institutions was looking to the private sector, be it the university or college's foundation, or be it a private partner for matching dollars or for partnership, or trying to leverage those community relationships to do something that otherwise the state's not in a position to do. But as Brian said, that's probably not going to go be steam tunnels. The interest would probably be something new, something shiny, not a leaky roof.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm sitting and synthesizing different comments and reflecting on this, and still with my baling twine and spit, and thinking about the current state of affairs. So we're not getting more money yet, and we're having situations that are continuing to aggravate. Are we considering, especially given some of the shared space that is to say geographically between some of our institutions, to do more co-locating or sharing? I mean, we have Winona that is got shared space with RCTC. We have M-State and Moorhead. I don't know if St. Cloud and St. Cloud Tech are sharing spaces, but this is in light of, you know, what you said, Jackie, with the Metro and Minneapolis. Are we looking at that as a possibility in the interim, not forgetting what it is that we need to do to continue to grow, but perhaps leveraging the space that we have in order to continue to provide for our students in a fashion that will attract them to our campuses?
Chair Hipsch, Trustee Ed, I'm the new guy. My sense is just reading the news about, you know, Inver Hills and DCTC, where people are consolidating campuses to try and do more sharing. Others who've been here longer might know more of the history of sort of that sharing between campuses, but I think it's definitely what's going to have to be done, is to really look at how all these nodes of campuses work together as a network, and how you maximize your overall utilization.
Chair Hipsch, Trustee Grabowska, I can give a couple of examples. I think about St. Cloud State, and we've had a long history of working together. We do not have at St. Cloud Technical and Community College, where we, I don't see in the foreseeable future that we'd ask for it. We don't have large gathering spaces. So our graduation ceremony or commencement ceremony this spring will be held at St. Cloud State in their hockey center. Our students live in St. Cloud State's residence halls. We have a a shared agreement where students can live in the residence halls and then they come over to St. Cloud Technical and Community College. We enjoy a strong partnership and we want that partnership. Half of our student population are liberal arts transfer students, and we want them hopefully to stay in the area. We want to create that connection. So we are looking at ways of how do we share space? What does that look like? Where is St. Cloud State going with their comprehensive facility plan, and how do we align ours with that?
Trustee Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, this was really helpful. Congratulations on collaborating with like the K-12 schools. I remember we talked about that more than 10 years ago. How can we share athletic facilities, labs? You know, it's also 2- and 4-year institutions that are near one another. I'm wondering about, there's a affordable housing crisis all over our state, all over the country. Could we partner with housing developers? They can get low-income housing tax credits from the federal government if there's a sufficient amount of low-income housing, which is where the crisis generally lives, and take some of our buildings that are kind of just sitting around and solve a community problem and a financial problem at the same time. I mean, I just think we need to, and maybe not the tornado towers, thank you, but if we think more like a business would have to think, and how can we leverage the assets we have to help our bottom line and help the community at the same time. We heard about on the listening tours, lack of affordable housing for students, particularly at 2 years that don't have housing offerings. So they're, you know, working with landlords around the community. I forget where we were at for that, but trying to find places, because students come from around the state for some of their programs around the country, and then they don't have anywhere they can afford to live. So, you know, I don't know this is not my expertise, but what it takes to convert a building that's not used and consolidate space, and then convert that to some kind of housing for the community and for the students and the faculty or staff. I think we need to think outside the box on things like that.
Any other questions for Trustee Jackson?
Thank you. I don't have a question again, but maybe it's because I'm sitting next to these two. I'm trying to think of what the appeal should be to a legislator. And I think this has come up multiple times, but I think the partnerships, clearly joint power agreements, however you negotiate those with the community, seems like it's just inevitable and a really good thing for anchoring in the community. I'm still thinking about data, sorry, but thinking about the declines in students. I appreciate your sense that students want to be on campus, and I respect that and honor that, but I'd still like to see the percentage of students who are engaged in online instruction, because it's hard for me to imagine that hasn't changed the kind of the paths of entry and the student involvement and engagement. And it does sound to me like you're looking at all of that. Students maybe want to be on campus and want to be engaged, but maybe not in exactly the same ways that they did before. Seems like everything changed. So, you know, I think the messages are all just pretty clear in this really excellent presentation of what needs to go forward. I think the idea that Minnesota State isn't just relying on the state for funding, but is looking to foundations, to donors. There has to be a donor out there somewhere that wants to buy a roof. I just believe that. Maybe not, but the partnership with foundations for some things, allowing for some of those operating funds to be used for the roof. So, you know, just trying to think of what the messages are, not just that you bring, but that we can all bring also to legislators. I think there are just such good stories and messages here. And then back to the comment about using social media. Do legislators still do the bus tours? I just remember how successful that was on our campus. You know, video is one thing, but bring them in the building where the roof is leaking and the carpet is a tripping hazard or whatever. That is also, I think, a powerful way to make the statement about the campus needs. It's not that they're not there, but I don't think that's going to get us to the place that we need to be unless there is this story about here are the other wonderful things that we're doing. And I was just thinking also, I don't think I imagined this. I think I read it. The partnership between Concordia College and Century College on prosthetic development and classes for students. And that's that's a kind of unusual partnership, I think, the private college and the public institution. But what a kind of little story, not headlines, but what a great story that was. And I think it's another way of bringing about the kind of success that we need to bring about. Thank you.
Any last questions before we move on? We're just looking at time. We have a couple other items we need to get to within the next hour. Simo.
Thank you. As we sit here listening to this presentation, let's see, there's only 200 legislators. Pretty soon there'll be 201. 201 legislators are looking at that 102 million and thinking how they can sliver off part of it. That's what's happening as we sit here. Every one of them is looking at the governor's recommendation and saying our project isn't in there, but I know where we can get it. So from the board's perspective, and Chancellor and campus CEOs, this has to be the line in the sand. You have to bring it to a level of such urgency to make this case. Because I'm sharing with you what I've experienced, and it's been on steroids the last couple of sessions. So this has to be the line in the sand for the system.
Thank you so much for the great conversation today. President Janza, you brought up the comment with regards to some of the surplus buildings that you've been. I think some of those stories also are good to get out to share both with the broader community and legislatures to say, hey, we're also looking at saying, okay, where we might have a building that isn't valuable or isn't needed for the educational use now, and we're working to continue to reduce that footprint also. I think that's a good comment also to share with our legislators. So with that, thank you so much for the conversation today. We have a couple more items on the agenda, but really appreciate all the campuses for coming and joining today. So we will go ahead and move on. Our next item is a couple policy changes. The next one is proposed amendment to board policy 6.9, capital planning first reading. And with that, I will turn it back over to Associate Vice Chancellor Swanson.
Get my button. Chair and trustees, before you today are the proposed updates to board policy 6.9 capital planning. The policy is currently out for its 30-day review, and there's 7 days left and there were no comments yet. So we'll take that as a good sign. Other than one verbal one from the chair, which we'll incorporate. The policy was implemented in 2017. So this is the first time it's been through the comprehensive review process. The proposed amendment makes 3 changes to the policy, or 3 substantive changes to the policy. The amendment adds building divestment, which we will be rewording as disposal before you see it again next. The amendment incorporates a utility master plans as a component of the comprehensive facility plan that you just learned about. As utility infrastructure in our campuses is an increasingly important component of both the asset management and the sustainability strategies. And then lastly, it calls for establishing standards and procedures for effective space management and utilization. And this requirement is in alignment with the long-term goals that were part of what you requested in March. So System Director Hewitt and I are available for questions if you have any.
Are there any questions with regards to this board policy on capital planning? Seeing none, I think we're good to go. The comment that as I went through it, and as we've had in this kind of prep information, I think getting the data right is really critical. We also need to think about how do we sustain that data so that we don't find ourselves 5 years from now saying, hey, we have to do the whole thing the same over again. So keeping that in mind, and also really thinking about what are the data that is valuable that we'll take action on, as opposed to getting a whole bunch of other data that sits somewhere but no one ever does anything with it. That's a great example of where we have trouble sustaining it, is if we're not going to do something with that data. So with that, we will move on to our next item. Just an update on board policy 5.10 on the reserve and year-end fund balance update.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. In your packet, there's a two-page summary of an update of where we are in the process of amending board policy 510 reserves and year-end fund balances. Typically, after there's been a first reading, the following board meeting, there's a second reading, and we ask the committee to recommend the amendments to the board. However, as we, as a team, evaluated the conversation after the first reading in November, we decided that it would be in our best interest to do some more work in response to a lot of the questions that came up not only from the committee, but also from our presidents and our CFOs and other stakeholders. So we've been working through adding operating instructions to complement the policy and the procedure. One of the key outcomes of the November meeting was several questions for requests for additional detail. Traditionally, in most policies, the procedures approved by the chancellor and the operating instructions are approved by the vice chancellor or the cabinet member responsible for that procedure. However, in this case, we are proposing a significant change. So those three items need to be included as a package so that the committee and the board can understand, and our other stakeholders, the whole scope and breadth of the changes that are being made. So we've been working through operating instructions over the past few weeks. And I'll just talk a little bit about some of the changes in the process yet to come and the work we're doing to prepare for bringing this to you for a second reading at the March board meeting. So one of the things that, there was a lack of clarity of what the purpose of this reserve pool was for. So we've looked at the language and we've had conversation related to that. And what we're looking at doing is holding currently required college and university reserves centrally with system-wide reserves and co-locating the required minimum 5% of their annual general fund revenues to create a loan fund of approximately $80 million. And again, the three primary uses of the reserve are for situations that are not the normal course of doing business, or for sudden shortfalls in revenue, to cover unanticipated expenses, and to provide for extraordinary one-time investments. So we went back and had further conversation with the presidents at Leadership Council in December, as well as with our CFOs and other finance leaders at our biennial conference in December. And we posed some questions to generate discussion. What are the benefits of having a system-wide reserve pool? What portions of the proposed policy, procedure, and operating instructions need additional clarification? And for the operating instructions, we provided some initial information of, what does the formation of this reserve pool look like? What happens if someone cannot contribute 5% immediately? The administration of the reserve pool, what are the exact terms of a loan? The repayment schedule, the interest rates? What is the reportability and the visibility of the inflows and outflows of this account? The financial reporting and accounting, what impact does it specifically have on the college and university balance sheet? How is interest earned recorded? And where does the risk lie if there are repayment issues on the loan? And then how often would we analyze this reserve pool, and what would that look like? So we worked through and got some great feedback on that. And both Stephen Matati and other members of their team are working with a couple college and university CFOs and have been working on drafting operating instructions. We are close to putting those out for official 30-day comment again, because there have been pretty significant changes that have been proposed since we put it out for comment last fall. That comment period, we plan on that happening essentially, the month of February and a couple of days into March, and then preparing it to bring back to the committee at the March board meeting as a package. There'll be further conversation with presidents and CFOs and during that time period, as well as opportunities for other stakeholders to engage in this process. So that's where we are with it. The kind of the high level summary is in your packet, but I think taking a little bit of extra time, just logistically, we were on semester break, so to put something out for 30-day comment between semesters, I would not have been comfortable with that. It would have seemed like we were, trying to sneak something through. So we need to do that when everyone's available, and taking a little bit extra time to do it and to try to get it as in the position where people are most comfortable with it is the best course of action. So I just wanted to formally provide an update on that, because again, typically we would have been bringing back second reading at this meeting, and that was the timeline that I had presented at the November board meeting. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Mackey, and just want to commend you and the team for taking the time to make sure we're pulling all the things together and have the discussions before we bring it forward. So I think bringing it forward in March is a great idea and gives everyone a chance to comment more on it. I guess I would open up to the presidents if there's any additional comments that you've had.
Chair Hips, trustees, I will say my CFO is actually involved in the discussions going on, and he's been giving me good updates that he feels great conversation is taking place, and some of these trickier questions are starting to get some answers, or at least getting meat around them on how we should move forward with it.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this item? Otherwise, we will be bringing it back in March for the second. Seeing none, we'll keep moving forward. Our last item of business today is the college and university financial performance update. I know we had planned for about 45 minutes for this. We'll probably need to cut that down to about 35 to just get it done in time.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. I will limit my comments at the beginning. The meat of the presentation, my colleagues, Steve and Matadi, are going to provide more detailed information related to the each of the individual indicators. Pushing the wrong thing. Oh, now it went. So the purpose of this agenda item is this is our annual report on the financial indicators. In November, through the audit committee, CLA presented an internal auditing the annual financial statement results as a result of our audit, and then we provided Matadi and I some high-level comments related to the system-wide financial statement results. Typically, then we take those results, and that is our data source for looking at our financial health indicators that are in system procedure 7.3.16. So we take that information and we send it out to each of our 26 colleges and our 7 universities related to those indicators. If they've triggered one of those measures during the course of December and January, colleges and universities provide us written responses. In some cases, depending on which indicators are triggered, there's meetings that occur with the chancellor and with members of his cabinet and members of my leadership team to talk in more detail about the colleges and universities' financial picture. And so we did complete that process last Friday, and appreciate the campuses taking the time to provide us the responses in writing, as well as taking the time to meet with us during a very busy time with the semester starting up and all kinds of other important obligations. So just to restate our overall picture, because that is basically the summary of the financial health of our 26 colleges and 7 universities. Our overall financial position as a system improved between fiscal year 23 and 24. Our system CFI, and Matadi will spend more time talking about exactly what the CFI is in his part of the remarks. It increased from 2.3 to 3.6. We had a positive system-wide operating margin of $30 million. And again, in parentheses on the title, we back out the pension liability related part of the GASB statements to make sure we have consistent comparisons from year to year. Our unrestricted system net position increased by about $53 million to $811 million. And there's two significant factors for these results. One is that our enrollment increased by $2.5 million or 2.5% in fiscal 24 from fiscal 23. That's the first annual enrollment increase we had since 2011. So that obviously played a large part in our revenues being in a more positive picture, as well as you'll see in the enrollment indicators. And our state appropriation increased by $167 million or 21% between fiscal year 23 and 24. One of the new processes that was implemented this particular year, and this comes from a discussion that was had at the September Board of Trustees retreat at Minnesota State University Moorhead about the work plan for 25, about improving operational effectiveness and accountability by enhancing college and university financial accountability measures. And one of the goals was by January to develop an enhanced process for increasing the monitoring of the financial accountability measures for short and long-term enrollment and budget projections. And we accomplished that and incorporated that into this process as we went through these financial health indicator results in December and January. So the results for this year, these are the indicators, and there's 6 of them. And these indicators were ones that 1, 2, and 4, so subpart A, which I had Carrie do a last minute edit and I still got it wrong. It's 2011 was our first enrollment increase since there. So the previous figure I gave you is correct. That we've always had an enrollment base factor indicator. We've always had the year-end general fund balance, and we've always had the adjusted CFI. The new ones that we implemented in fiscal 23, so this is the second year, was the use of general fund balance to balance the operating budget, as well as focusing more on the revenue fund. So we're just learning more about those indicators, and if they're telling us what we hope they tell us as we look at the financial health. So overall, the indicators, you can see on the chart here, and it's in your packet. The furthest one on the left, the bar graph, is the number of institutions that triggered an indicator in fiscal 22. The middle bar is 23, and the one on the right is the current year, fiscal year 24. And just by nature of the positive enrollment picture that's been reported in various committees to the board over the last year, you can see that we've had a significant change with the enrollment indicator, where we had 23 institutions that triggered that indicator out of 33 in fiscal year 22. It was 15 last year, and now we're down to 4. Some of the other indicators have remained a little more stable. We had 4 that triggered the fund balance indicator. The CFI one, we've generally had around 5 or 6, and that stayed the same. And then our new indicators related to the revenue fund, and the number of institutions that have revenue fund activity is less than our overall picture. So it isn't out of 33 institutions. I believe it's out of 16 on the revenue fund ones, but those remained relatively stable from year to year. Of the 6 measures, 16 colleges didn't trigger any of the 6, and that's up. Last year there was 10. 9 colleges and universities triggered one of these indicators. 1 college and 2 universities triggered 2 of the 6 measures. 1 university triggered 3 measures, and 1 university triggered 4. And there'll be more information provided as Matadi and Steve walk through the individual indicators. So I will now turn it over to Steve Ernest, our System Director for Financial Planning and Analysis, to walk us through indicator A, B1, and B2, and then Matadi, our System Director of Financial Reporting, will walk through C1, C2, and C3.
Sure.
The first measure of financial health we look at is not a measure of dollars and cents, but of students. Student enrollment is our reason for existing and is the most important factor in providing funds to support college or university's operations, both in tuition revenue and in relative shares of state appropriations based in enrollments through the formulas that allocate state funding. This slide shows annual changes in full year equivalent enrollments for the system over the past 6 years. These percent changes are in full year equivalent or FYE students rather than number of individuals, head count, because each FYE more consistently relates to dollars of revenue than head count. One FYE could be 2 students, each taking a half-time load of credits, for example. And the good news is that many colleges and universities reported that the relative dip in actual numbers of students enrolled during the pandemic was down less than the head count because many students took fewer classes but kept attending. Nevertheless, credits enrolled went down and the system hit its low in fiscal year 2023 at about 105,000 FYE. One more note on this slide before I go to the next is that the financial health indicator measure of enrollment is levels for number of FYE decline over 2 years, being greater than 8%. So here you can see that at the system level, the combined change for 2024 and 2023 nets to a slight positive in the 0.1%, meaning the system level FYE enrollment was about the same in 24 as it was in 22 at about 108,000 FYE. Moving left on the chart and looking at the system level 2-year decline in 23 and 22, the total was close to 9%. And for 22 and 21 together, those 2 years were a little over 11%. That's what the measure looks at, decline over 2 years. This slide shows that the number of institutions triggering the enrollment measure of financial health follows the pattern from the previous slide. In fiscal 22, 18 of the 26 colleges and 5 of the 7 universities triggered this measure to follow up. In fiscal year 23, 10 colleges and 5 universities did. And this past year, the year we're measuring now, only 1 college and 3 universities triggered this measure for follow-up. All 4 of the institutions that triggered the measure this year are trending in a positive direction. Fall enrollments experienced growth this year, and projections are that the enrollment for the whole fiscal year 2025 will range from being stable to showing double-digit growth. These institutions have strategic enrollment plans that focus both on recruitment and retention, including comprehensive and targeted recruitment plans, new partnerships that include K-12 and other higher ed institutions, increased focus on adult learners, increased use of data through customer relationship management systems, and increased student support services in academic advising, career centers, and basic needs support such as food pantries. Beyond the institutions that triggered the enrollment measure, this slide shows where all the colleges and universities are at with respect to enrollment changes over the past 3 years. On the left are those that triggered the measure for fiscal 2024. In the middle, colleges and universities with smaller declines during these 3 years. And on the right are colleges and universities that saw FYE growth. The post-pandemic turnaround is clear here. In fiscal 22, 2/3 of the system's colleges and universities triggered 2-year enrollment losses that triggered this measure for follow-up, whereas in fiscal 2024, 2/3 of the system's institutions are showing 2-year enrollment growth. The next financial health measure is specific dollars and cents. Cash balances at the end of fiscal year 24 as a percentage of the revenues brought in that year. This measure is triggered for follow-up if an institution ends the year with cash that is less than 20% of the revenues brought in that year. For 2024, 1 college and 3 universities triggered this measure for follow-up. There are many reasons for colleges and universities to preserve fund balances. One is to have a cash reserve for unusual, urgent, or emergency needs. Other reasons include prior year encumbrances, faculty contract obligations, specific programmatic needs, and for some limited period of time to help cover coming year's operating costs. In other words, to balance the budget. When balances go below 20%, it can take several years to build the fund balance back. The universities that triggered the indicator are all implementing difficult decisions to reduce base expenditures. Strategies being used may include hiring chills to hold off hiring, filling some positions to achieve salary savings, board early separation incentives, BESIs, to help lower salary costs even if the positions are replaced, and also some restructuring of offerings by program, courses, section where student needs can still be met with more efficient operations. And so those restructurings are involving facilities also, facility use. Beyond the institutions that triggered the enrollment measure, this slide shows where all the colleges and universities are at with cash fund balances. Sorry. So beyond the ones that triggered the cash fund balance measure, these show all the colleges and universities. On the left are those that triggered this measure, for 2024. In the middle are those between 20 and 40% of the year's revenues. And on the right, those that ended 2024 with cash greater than 40% of revenues. On this end of the scale, it should be noted that recent one-time assistance from federal pandemic relief and state appropriations addressing post-pandemic recovery have helped many institutions maintain cash balances for known and anticipated future budget challenges. And the other measure of cash, the use of cash to balance the budget, none of our institutions triggered. This is a newer measure. It's only the second year of the measure. And so I don't have slides because no one triggered it. And as we go through the next coming years, we'll monitor that and see if the next time we review the policy for updates, we might change that slightly to catch things that might need to be talked about that aren't being caught now. But before I turn the presentation over to Matadi Popoff to address the next set of measures, I would ask if there are any questions on the enrollment and or cash-based risk measures at this point.
Any questions on the first two sections, Trustee Sewell?
So the enrollment news is good now. What do the demographics in the state of Minnesota tell us about what we can expect for enrollment the rest of this decade? Maybe that's not in the finance.
Yeah, Chair Hips or so, yeah, our looks gave us away there for sure. I believe that the demographics are going to be challenging, out into the next 10 years based on projections. I think, and I don't know if our president liaisons have any comments to make about that. I'm sure that type of information is being more directly incorporated into strategic enrollment management plans that are happening at each of our colleges and universities. And I think at the system office, our colleagues in academic and student affairs are tracking that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, we track this, pretty extensively. And in our part of the state, because we are bordering the state of North Dakota and West Fargo and Fargo specifically, high school graduates are relatively stable. So what we anticipate is greater competition from out of state schools and everyone across the nation. So everyone who's following high school graduates and whose population is traditional high school students will be keeping their eye on these regions and recruiting as aggressively as we've probably seen in my career. So I think that challenges us as a system, and certainly at M-State, to look at other populations of people that need to be upskilled to have a sustainable wage, to buy a home, and to live in our communities successfully. And so that's really our focus, is shifting toward those people who, where life, they might be working, probably are working, but it's not something that they can do forever. And so it's really looking at how do we adjust the way that we do business at M-State to be open and available for those people. And I think that's the biggest shift for our system, is just really thinking about different groups of people and what they might need and how that impacts facilities and everything we've been talking about today.
Chair Soul, Chair Hipsch, trustees. Yes, we've been watching. In a year from now, there will be actual, what we call a demographic cliff. There will be a drop of around 6% in our area up to 18 to 22-year-olds. And that's the important thing, 18 to 22-year-olds. And it'll last for 3 to 4 years after that, and then it bounces back a little bit. So it's diversifying that enrollment beyond the traditional 18 to 22-year-olds, because there will be, at least in our area of Southeast Minnesota, there will be a drop off, and it'll be for the next 5 years.
Just a little bit building on President Brimhall's comments and earlier questions. So it's also outside the purview of finance, I think, directly, but you use full year equivalent as your basis for calculation, but we know that the actual engagement by students has changed markedly in the last 5 years, at least in terms of a hybrid, and similarly in terms of, I think, the degree to which part-time participation has perhaps grown in certain categories. And I think it would be important for us to have a current picture of how the actual student participation in our facilities, and not just our facilities, but in our schools, is changing what I, in my dated knowledge of college and university life, imagine to be the traditional on-campus, fully engaged experience. And my sense is we need a more nuanced and current picture, particularly too as we get into lifelong learning and attracting populations that have not historically participated in our system. So this may be more for the ASA committee's work, but I think it informs these kinds of conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to build off of that. I think it is a financial issue, projecting the financial impact of the growing number of students in high school that are taking college credits in high school, and the impact, the growing number of adults who are getting credit for prior learning, and then just demographic changes. What is the financial impact on the system and on the schools themselves?
Chair Hips, Trustee Coles, I believe, I'm looking at Bill to affirm this or not, but I believe in terms of credit taking behavior, the average number of credits that our students are taking system-wide, maybe not every campus, maybe not all the time, but the number of credits taken on average has been declining. For institutions that have banded tuition, which is 12 and up, you could have, they're smiling. Folks could go from taking 14.5 credits on average to taking 12.5 credits on average. And in terms of revenue to the institution, that might be still the same amount of revenue. This would not be true at the colleges, which are all a la carte. So fewer credits being taken would result in less revenue. But I'm looking at, is that generally true, Bill, that the credit taking behavior has been, I know it's true at many institutions, but generally, isn't it true that it's going down?
Chair Hips, Chancellor Rosen, yes, that is the case. And I would also mention to Trustee Coles and Trustee Johnson's comments, I do believe, that the type of enrollment data that you're describing, colleges and universities, as well as institutional research within academic and student affairs, are tracking all those different components. We use full year equivalencies in our in the finance setting. That's a number we need to report to the state and everything. So, but it doesn't tell the whole story just based on the conversation the last 5 to 7 minutes. And that's something that as we look at these indicators and review them every 5 years, perhaps the enrollment indicators need to change a bit to reflect some of these other changes that have been made. But I think the FYE one is always probably going to be a staple in the finance world, because that's how we compare things with other systems in our state as well as nationally.
Thank you, Chair Hips. So it is interesting on that point that you could, in theory, have your head count going up, but everybody taking fewer credits. So you're holding stable or even generating fewer credits. But of course, the cost, the head count cost of serving students is kind of a fixed thing, right? Whether they're taking 3 credits or 15 credits, you might need to provide certain services for all of them. So this is a very complex kind of thing.
That's, excuse me, just, I think that's an excellent point. And I would also add that the behavior of hybrid or online course also changes the degree to which they're on site and utilizing certain aspects of the campus. I just think we need to know where, we need to skate to where the puck is going. Blah, blah, blah.
President Verba.
Yeah, we will get back to the CFI and everything we're supposed to be talking about, but I had the honor of being part of the Aspen Institute's presidents, the first group of presidents that had been in their role for 5 or more years. So basically got national attention on the data of M-State and data about part-time students. And I do think it's worthy of the Academic and Student Affairs Council looking at the data nationally. If part-time students took 1 more class a year, they're 11 times more likely to graduate. And so I think that the narrative we have about our students and their complex lives, it needs to be shifted to say, yes, that's true. You have a complex life. You are working, you are doing this. And the longer you draw this out, the less likely you are to complete. And I think that whole shift in thinking is something we can all, challenge ourselves on, because I think we feel bad for our students and their complex lives, as we should, but they also need to hear the other side of the story, that they're not very likely to graduate if they don't crank through.
Looking at time, I want to keep this moving forward to make sure we don't lose out on the CFI. We have about 15 minutes left for the committee meeting.
Good morning, Chair and trustees. Next 3 measures are all based on the accrual-based financial statements for both the system and the revenue fund. The first one is related to the CFI, which stands for the Composite Financial Index. Really quick, really what it does is provide you this ability to compare between years the financial health of the various institutions. So it's a very standardized measure. It's widely used in the higher ed community. For example, the Higher Learning Commission annual finance portion of the submission that schools have to do incorporates that measure. So there are 4 different ratios included. 2 are considered long-term. They look at your balance sheet, your assets and liabilities. Each of those are weighed at 35, so a total of 70% is really given to your long-term position. And then 2 ratios that combine account for 30% are based off of your current year of operations and how you did in the current year. Is your financial position better or worse since the year before? So we'll be looking at a lot of graphs. So before I start, I want to be clear on the left side, this is where the schools that are flagged and maybe have some challenges in their financial health that I have to tackle. And then on the right side is the exact opposite. This is the schools that are above average as far as financial health is concerned. So the middle, average, doing well, but not quite excelling, is on the right side. Starting with the first measure, the CFI, schools can get triggered 2 different ways. One is if they have less than 1 for their CFI in the most current year. And the second way is if their most recent 2 consecutive years average CFI is less than 1.5. So 2 ways they can trigger the CFI measure. The first graph shows the most current year. And as you can see, 3 schools have triggered that this year. This is a significant improvement compared to last year. There is 3 schools that have improved and moved into the middle part of this, and some hopefully would move into that right side in the next few years. So definitely tracks with our system-wide financial health for 2024. It was another consistently good year for the system. So next slide looks at the 2-year average. Again, only 3 schools had below 1 in the current year. However, there are 6 schools that, if you take their average over the last 2 years, are less than 1.5. The story here is really a couple of the schools that dropped off of the current CFI are part of this 6 here because they do need another year of solid performance to get that average above 1.5. So the hope is that, we'll see that in this graph next year, those 6 schools, there'll be a reduction, and hopefully they'll be moving towards the middle or the right side of the graph. The other thing that's worth focusing on here is on the right side of the graph, you see an improvement of 2 schools moving into that above average area as far as financial health. So that's good news as well. Before we look at the next 2 measures, which are related to the revenue fund, just a quick slide on how the revenue fund did this year. It's another year of post-COVID recovery, where we're seeing, unrestricted net position going up by 12 million. That's about 12%. Just to contrast with last year, we had pretty moderate improvements last year as well, but we only had 5 million of increase to our net position, and that was, I think, about 5-6%. So this year, even stronger, and again, driven by room and board revenue, which accounts for about 70% of the revenue fund activity. I'll go through this one real quick, just showing the magnitude to which all the universities affect the system-wide total revenue fund numbers. So you're seeing here, the 6 universities are really making up those big slices of the pie chart. Mankato almost, 30%, almost a third of activity. And if you take all of them together, all 6 universities account for over 90% of activity. So the key thing to remember is the more universities are triggering one of those 2 measures, we would see that negative impact trickle down to the system-wide results because they have such a disproportionate impact on those system-wide numbers. Looking at the first So looking at the first measure is the change in unrestricted net position in the revenue fund. Really looks at the profit or loss for the year, really concentrating on any significant losses. So the trigger, similar to the CFI, could be triggered 2 ways. One is based on current year activity. If the current year loss is more than 10% of beginning unrestricted net position, so magnitude of loss. And the second way it could get triggered is if it's 2 consecutive years of negative results. So again, looking at a negative trend would trigger it as well, regardless of materiality of that negative trend. So again, showing that in graph format, you can see on the left side, 3 schools would trigger this measure this year. They have negative results for the year that is more than 10% of their unrestricted net position. And then on the right side, you see there's a slight improvement of the above average schools that are really performing well, and their results are above 10%. So they really are improving on their net position year to year. The key thing, and that's the only time I'll talk about the middle part, is that we do have 3 schools triggering that. Is the exact same schools in both years, 23 and 24. But the key thing that is not really visible from the graph is that 2 of those schools had negative results last year. So actually, they had, their financial position was worse from the year before, while this year they both have positive financial results. Again, they're still in that minus 10 to 10%, so moderate improvement, but they've gone from, you know, having a small loss to having a small gain. Really quick through this slide. This is the 2-year trend of negative results. This is the second way you can trigger the C2 measure. We're down from 4 to 3 schools in 24. And again, on the right side where we see the above average, we see that now instead of 7, we have 9 schools that have had 2 consecutive years of positive results. So again, really good results here as well. Moving on to the last measure, again, the second revenue fund related one. This one is related to annual debt service coverage. It really looks at the ability of the revenue fund's operating income for the year to cover debt service. The trigger is 1.25, so 1 1/4 times coverage. So if any school below that triggers that measure. For 24, 5 colleges, 3 universities triggered the measure. And just looking at the system-wide, we're 1.75, but last year we're really close to that 1.25. So that is a volatile measure, and we're looking really good at system-wide level. That could change, you know, in future years. Again, looking at this in graph format, you can see the 8 schools that are triggered. 8 in 23 triggered this, 8 in 24. 6 schools are in both of those years. So we do have 2 new schools, but then 2 schools dropped and moved into the middle section. And then on the right side, we see we do have the above average. So schools that really have a better debt service coverage, we've gone from 1 to 3 schools. So again, definite improvement here as well. With this, this concludes my part of the presentation. I would welcome any board questions as they relate to those 3 financial measures.
Questions with regards to CFI? Trustee Cole.
Going a little bit outside the strict presentation, we have a conversation which will now be resuming in March about developing a system fund reserve for loans to institutions. And we experienced last spring the experience of St. Cloud needing to make a rather dramatic series of budget cuts, and that was obviously difficult for the people of St. Cloud, students, faculty, and administrators, but also not our ideal manner of managing our internal trends with specific schools. So my question is, are there any specific instances that you're aware of that with individual institutions this year that will require modifications to the expectations for the loans or that were discussed last spring and fall that we intend to make? And how are we doing in addressing the individual outliers? The trends are good overall, but there are individual circumstances. You know, the revenue debt on debt service coverage, that's a lot of schools still there and so forth. How there were some changes in procedure, I think, that were, but without going into it in detail, is there any news that you want to give us as to whether there's changed expectations for any of our individual institutions in needing loans?
Chair Hips, Trustee Coles, thanks for the question. The chancellor and senior vice chancellor, Green Stephen, and I meet with the two universities that currently have loans from system reserves on a very regular basis, once each quarter at a minimum. And as a result of those meetings, we go through cash flow projections for the current year as well as the upcoming years. And that's followed up then by a summary of the meeting and any concerns or further questions or information that we want from the system office is articulated to that president and their leadership team. So we've been into that process now for well over a year. I don't have anything particular to report at this time. And part of it goes to the comments I made at the beginning of the committee meeting. What the various scenarios are for fiscal year 26 is going to play a large part on whether there may or may not need to be adjustments to those loans this spring. So right now, based on a base set of assumptions, those institutions are moving towards recovery and everything else. But if some of the worst case scenarios play out with state funding and cost projections, it very well could be that we'll, be here later in the spring asking for adjustments. But we're watching it very closely, and the institutions and the presidents and their leadership teams are, turning over every stone on the revenue side, the expense side, and looking very carefully. The challenge is that we go into the next year, we don't know what the appropriation is, we don't know what the tuition adjustment might be. And then we do not know what our largest cost change will be with compensation. And so we run various scenarios, but the margins have become tight to get into that situation where a loan is needed. So I'm not trying to, not answer your question, but that's the complexity of the situation that we're in. But I do believe, based on the board's expectation of enhancing our process, we have been, very diligent throughout this whole process, and even with other institutions that did not trigger these indicators, but were trending with their fund balance moving in a direction that was getting towards the 20%, or the CFI had been bouncing from year to year. There was more conversation and expectations with those institutions than there would have been if we were sitting here a year ago, based on lesson learned and the new expectations.
I know we are running right up against the time. And thank you for the overview. Also in our materials, the actual attachment that kind of brings it down by individual institution. If I would open it up to other trustees, if you have ideas of, okay, how can we continue to refine that and make it better, please provide myself, Vice Chancellor Mackey, those that pieces, and we'll continue to refine that. The only other piece that I would ask is I know we have this an annual process where we get to see the kind of finalized version of this. It'd be great to have some pulse in throughout the year. If we see something that's dramatically changing, I know it won't be final because this is based off of our audited financials, but visibility for the committee and for trustees, if we're seeing additional trends that we're going to start hitting more of an indicator at an individual institution, that just from a visibility standpoint would be helpful. So with that, any last questions before we wrap up today's discussion? Thank you all for a wonderful session and finance facilities conversation. Again, we packed a lot into a very short period of time, and thank you to Bill and the team for all your work on this. We are adjourned.
We will meet again in 15 minutes for academic affairs. Thank you. Thank you and good morning. The Committee for Academic and Student Affairs is called to order. There are today for the committee 6 agenda items. 3 will require our committee vote. Before I get too far, I would certainly like to acknowledge the president liaisons in the room. John Hoffman, the Bemidji State University president. Thank you so much, and thank you for your testimony yesterday at the Capitol. And Marcia Danielson, Minnesota State College Southeast. Thank you. Thank you also. I'm going to need to start with an attendance for the record. Vice Chair Kathy Sharon. Here. Here. Thank you. Jackie Johnson. Here. Trustee Roger Moe. Thank you. And Trustee Chris Richter. Here. Thank you again. The first agenda item is approval of our minutes from the November 19, 2024 meeting. A draft copy of those minutes has already been distributed electronically to committee members. Are there any corrections or changes to those minutes?
I'd move.
Second. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Teffer, Chair Soul, Chancellor's trustees. Policy 3.43 accreditation. This is the second reading. There were no changes made between the first and second readings of this policy. The policy was reviewed as part of the normal 5-year review cycle. Just some additional information. We just really deleted and replaced outdated terminology throughout the policy. For example, our system now uses the term institutional accreditation for our colleges and universities rather than regional. We replaced the definition of the Higher Learning Commission with its new definition, and we clarified that a program accreditation is discretionary in the fields that do not require licensure or certification for entry. And program accreditation can be expensive, as we know, for some of our institutions, and is not required to have every program accredited.
Thank you so much. I think then we'll go on to the third item on our agenda today, which is a proposed amendment to Board Policy 3.43, accreditation. This one is a second reading, and this one will require a committee vote. So I'll send it back over to the Senior Vice Chancellor.
Trustee Teffer, just a point of clarification. The last policy that I read was 3.43 accreditation in its second reading.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's really, it keeps moving around here. Okay, hang on. Now, the recommended action is on page 237 of the online board book, and it reads, the Academic and Student Affairs Committee recommends the Board of Trustees approve the proposed amendment to Board Policy 3.43, if I'm correct, Dr. Stephen, accreditation. Do I have a item will be moved to the consent agenda for board approval. Okay, we are moving right along here this morning, Dr. Stephen. The fourth agenda item.
Madam Chair, if I.
Yes. Yeah, that's. So did we get them backwards or I'm not sure? Okay, I'm gonna let you take that over, Satasha.
So now we're looking at policy 3.26 intellectual property. This is the first reading of that policy, and it was reviewed as a part of the normal 5-year cycle. There were minimal changes made to that policy to better organize and to present the information. It was broken into parts. So part 1, the policy statement section, really was consisting of 2 paragraphs, and we separated that out to 2 separate sections. So the first paragraph now is the purpose. The second paragraph is the new part, really is the policy section, again, making sure that there's clear delineation of that. And then the current policy language was used in both sections. Part 3 headings, 3 through 10 were remunerated accordingly, and outdated language was deleted. The writing standards were applied and several technical edits were made.
That was helpful, and thank you. And that was the first reading. Okay.
Yes, that was the first one.
Madam Chair, I apologize. I'm not a member of the committee, so I am butting in. But it struck me in light of our discussion yesterday about artificial intelligence that this section in particular ought to be recognized as an important policy area for us to consider intellectual property of the various parties involved at Minnesota State system. And so I would ask, has this reading anticipated artificial intelligence implications? And is it conceivable that we might want to review this policy in particular sooner than 5 years, simply to be responsive to potential changes in that area? I speak as a layman, so I hope these are constructive.
Oh, that's a great addition. Thank you.
Chair Teffer, Trustee Cole, yes, those conversations have happened, and also a part of the policy has some language around contracts, bargaining union contracts. And so we also want to leave room to be able to allow that to be in some of those CBAs, but definitely think it's an opportunity if we see as a system that this is a space to begin to start thinking about that. This is the first reading, and if there is some proposed language that the board would like to see in the policy, we certainly can do that.
Thank you. What a great answer. And that's a great reminder that there is an open comment period for 1 month, and I hope anyone who is listening in and would like to continue that conversation along the lines of Trustee Coles, it's open for that conversation. So thank you. And I think from there, we'll just continue on with our 4th agenda item. It is models of support for students with diverse abilities. This presentation to the committee today is an effort to highlight cognitive and physical disability programming in the Minnesota State system. Please, everyone on the committee and everyone else who has access to the online work, especially other trustees, please enjoy and reference the materials in the board book beginning on page 240, describing the wheelchair basketball team at SMSU, Southwest Minnesota State University at Marshall, and South Central College's uniquely abled academy. I enjoyed every bit of the information. It has been my privilege to have traveled to both campuses, and this work is such a highlight, and it's quite dear to my heart anyway, but I am so proud for us to be able to have this conversation today. And I will now turn over the conversation to our presenters. And I think I will let people introduce themselves in turn, and then we will go from there. Thank you.
This morning's presentation really speaks to something that stands at the heart of the mission of Minnesota State, the importance of supporting diverse abilities across our institutions, and supporting students, not only just about funding accessibility programs, that is critical, but it's also about embedding inclusivity into the fabric of our institutions.
And so from how we design our campuses into how we build our partnerships. So today we have with us two institutions that have done stellar work in these areas. And so I will turn it over to our SMSU partners to jump into their presentation.
Chair Tuffer, trustees, chancellor. So I have with me Derek Klinkner. He's the head coach of our wheelchair basketball team. We are going to highlight a program that exemplify inclusion and perseverance. Since its inception in 1969, wheelchair basketball program has given opportunities to our student athletes to compete at the highest level. They compete in National Wheelchair Basketball Association. We have some athletes who are at national and international level. Other schools, we are the only institution in Minnesota that has wheelchair basketball team. Other schools like University of Arizona, correct me, Derek, if I say anything wrong, University of Illinois, University of Michigan is adding their program. So big universities that are far away from us. So it's very expensive because they have to not only take their chairs, but lots of equipment when they travel, and they have to travel far. So some of you may know SMSU was built in 1967 with accessibility in mind. Some people have commented who came to our campus, they were surprised by how many people are on wheelchairs on our campus. That is something I noticed when I first went there. Today we have about 15 students on the team with some helpers. Their passion and resilience is bringing us pride to our campus, also an inspiration to our community. I don't know if any of you have seen wheelchair basketball games. So there is a video that Derek is going to show you if you have not seen. I saw this for the first time and I was really, really impressed by what they do. And to say a little bit about Derek, Derek has been our head coach since 2016. 13, okay, sorry. And prior to that, he himself was a student athlete. He was, what I heard, one of the best football players on our team before he met with an accident. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Derek to talk about our wheelchair basketball team. Thank you.
Thank you, President Kumara. My name is Derek Klinkner. I'm the head wheelchair basketball coach at SMSU. Been coaching there since 2012. I was a former student athlete at SMSU. Went there in 2007 to play football. I was in a farming accident in 2010. And then I started playing that fall at SMSU for wheelchair basketball, finished my bachelor's, came back, got my master's, and then have been working since 2013 as the head coach. The video that we have right here, if you could play that, please. It's about a 30-second clip, essentially kind of showing you wheelchair basketball. It's very similar to able-bodied basketball, just played in a wheelchair. There's modification to the rules are traveling is a little bit different than a normal traveling call, and the double dribble rule. So as you can see here, these 4 plays, you can kind of see kind of the athleticism of some of these athletes moving and the speed of their chairs. So the 2 players that we're kind of highlighting here are Emmanuel Fuentes from Mexico, and then Josh Brown being from Canada. They're 2 very talented players that represent their countries on their national teams for their Mexico and Canada and different things. So if you could go to the next slide, or I can do that. There we go. All right. What is wheelchair basketball? It's a adapted version of traditional wheelchair basketball for athletes with physical disabilities. We are governed by the NWBA, National Wheelchair Basketball Association, which then kind of falls into the IWBF, International Wheelchair Basketball Federation. In the United States, the NWBA would be our considered governing body for wheelchair basketball. President Jayasuriya I mentioned earlier, we're competing against the University of Arizona, University of Illinois. There are 11 schools currently this year. Next year, they will be adding a 12th school with the University of Michigan starting up their program. So kind of all over from Eastern Washington to Edinburgh, Pennsylvania, to the city of New York, which is kind of on the East Coast. Down south, you have Auburn, Alabama, a school in Texas and Arizona. Within the Midwest, you have Illinois, team out of Wisconsin, Whitewater, and then University of Missouri. Started back in 1940s after World War II, kind of the origins of it to rehab the injured World War II veterans. Back then when they started wheelchair basketball, ultimately it was just for individuals in a wheelchair. They have since expanded more than people with amputees, walking and different sort of lower limb disabilities. In our intercollegiate division, we have allowed able bodies to play the sport as well. So in the wheelchair basketball world and the BBA, there's a classification system for the players, and they are giving a point value based on their ability in a chair. The two players we just previously highlight, Emmanuel and then Josh. Emmanuel is a 4.5, and then Josh is a 3.0, and it goes all the way down to 1.0. So your ability in your chair kind of dictates your classification and function. And then between those 5 players on the court, we have to be less than 14 points. So our 4.5 is with 4.5 points, all the way down to 1.0. So you're talking about not just picking the most athletic individuals that can walk. You have to go find individuals that meet your classification, and then also have the ability to be a college athlete and different things there. So we have 1.0 is all up to 4.5, and you mix and match the 5 players to be less than 14 points. You don't have to be at 14, but less than 14 points. Wheelchair basketball is played over in 100 countries with a growing number of collegiate programs in the United States and Paralympic teams. Kind of a little clout for USA. Our men's national team has won 3 Paralympic gold medals in a row since 2016, 2020, and then just most recently in Paris. Really hard to get a 4th in a row because all those players have since retired, but that's that since there. So SMSU, so as President Jayasuriya mentioned earlier, we started in 1969. Basically, there was a lot of individuals in wheelchairs that were rolling through the hallway, and they grabbed a professor to be their advisor, and that's how it started in 1969. Lou Shaver was the first coach, and he coached for many, many years, and he was actually my coach when I first started. So 1969 till 2012 was when he coached, with some retirements in there and different things like that. SMSU has won 3 national championships in the 80s. Before I was born, so I'll just leave it like that. We support students with diverse abilities with scholarships, academic resources tailored for the student athletes. We funding-wise, we do have the ability to provide scholarships for our student athletes, not as much as other competitors, at bigger schools and different things like that. We were built for accessibility back in the 60s. If you do happen to come to campus, you can kind of see how our campus is designed and built for that individuals who essentially are rolling around in hallways and tunnels, which is beautiful in the wintertime. I absolutely love it. When I was in a wheelchair, started going from able-bodied to being in a wheelchair. It was awesome. And then we host a summer camp, individual skills camp in the summer for individuals who are kind of working towards being independent, kind of that high school going into college age, kind of get an opportunity to kind of experience independence for the first time for a few days before they go embark, their life and leaving their parents' house. So benefits and opportunities. So enhances the physical and mental well-being, builds leadership, resilience, and teamwork. One thing I would say from a sports perspective, you have to learn to work with others, and it essentially develops your leadership and your ability to be a good teammate. If not, your team's not going to be successful. That's one thing that I'd say that I as a coach personally entail amongst our team and our athletes is to work together, something bigger than yourself, building towards something that we're trying to do. College, collegiate scholarships, professional leagues, coaching and advocacy roles. One thing about these 11, 12 schools, we have 3 players that were formerly from SMSU, head coaches at these other 11 or 12 schools. So we have the most head coaches in the college division that are from our SMSU program, not including myself. So I'd be 4. So 4 of the 11, 12 schools have came through SMSU and now are head coaches in that collegiate division. I have a personal friend from wheelchair basketball. He's a CFO of a small bank in South Dakota, and different things like that. So it's kind of a cool thing when I talk about, like, where can you go from here? You can essentially do anything you want to. We're going to give you the skills to do it. Community engagement promotes inclusivity, raises awareness for adaptive sports. I mean, wheelchair basketball is one of many adaptive sports that are in the United States. It just happens to be the biggest, amongst kind of all the sports and different things. So when you look at the Paralympics, wheelchair basketball probably gets the most airtime when you're looking at watching there. Well, maybe the next slide if you can. Call to action. So an enhanced support system. So if you could expand scholarships and financial resource for student athletes with disabilities. There is funding for it, but in the sense there, in order to compete competitively, it takes money to support these student athletes. We're not getting athletes that have a lot of money. They are coming from really impoverished backgrounds. They have a really hard time affording the tuition, and we are extremely affordable. So if our students are having a hard time affording that, you can imagine where they're coming from. Our travel schedule is rigorous. We have to travel all over the country to play games, and it is expensive, as Dr. J has mentioned earlier. Promotes exclusive programs to encourage replication of SMSU's model across Minnesota State institutions. If you guys would love to do that, it'd really help our financial model of traveling closer to Bemidji or Mankato or St. Cloud compared to going down to Arizona. Now, I don't mind going to Arizona when it's cold, but it'd be a lot easier to travel 2 hours compared to 10 or 12 hours, different things. Advocate for local adaptive sports, collaborate with local communities to host events and foster inclusivity. We do things through SMSU to promote wheelchair basketball. I call them benefit games and demonstrations, where we go into high schools or go into some sort of club and essentially kind of demonstrate wheelchair basketball, where individuals who are not in a wheelchair can actually hop in a chair and play against us, different things. And it's quite the sight to see. Myself, being a former student athlete, thought wheelchair basketball was going to be easy until I hopped in a chair and realized I have a lot to learn and I have to get better at that skill and different things. And then engage stakeholders, partner with alumni donors organizations to strengthen programs. So that's kind of a highlight of SMSU wheelchair basketball, kind of an overview. I guess, do I open up for questions? You guys have any questions?
Absolutely. We'll take a few questions before we keep moving with our presentation. I already see hands. So Chair Sewell first.
I have 3 quick questions. What do you do other things at the university?
Yeah. So I'm head coach of wheelchair basketball. I'm also in the admission office as well. That's my other responsibilities.
Do you recruit wheelchair basketball players?
Yes. So SMSU compared to University of Michigan and Arizona, unfortunately, student athletes aren't pouring in our doors. So I have to go out and talk to them, shake hands, get to build a relationship with them, and kind of convince them to come to SMSU and show them the value of our program compared to the other big schools. So yes.
And finally, do you call him Dr. J?
Let me answer that one. So, not only he calls me Dr. J, every time if I wear a suit without a tie, Derek comes to me and said, "You have to wear a tie if you wear a suit."
That was perfect. Trustee, is it Erlinson first? Or Trustee Cowell? Who else? I'm sorry. All the way down, Trustee Grabowska.
President Jay alluded to the cost of the program. I would imagine that the chairs have a cost. Does the university provide the chairs? What is the cost of the program? And is it tied to scholarships at all?
Yes, the cost of the chairs, depending, that's a very loaded question. So I'm going to try to explain it as best as I can. The top of the line chair costs about $12,000. per athlete. And those chairs, sports chairs, are different than the current chair that I'm sitting in. The chair that I'm sitting in is very lightweight, compact, easy to kind of break down and be put into kind of a small crevice, whereas the sports chairs, they don't have that. The wheels are very rigid as frame. I didn't show you how rough and tough and tumbling wheelchair basketball is in the sense of the collisions that happen. Athletes fall over all the time, get back up, and different things like that. So the chairs themselves, the big wheels are cambered out for stability and movement of turning fast side to side. But yeah, $12,000 for a top of the line wheelchair. It is custom fit for that athlete. And it's really hard to get kind of the two athletes to fit in one chair. You can kind of get an okay fit, but the best fit for that athlete, is essentially kind of custom fit for that. So if I get a chair for myself, it's not going to fit President Kumara or yourself and different things. If you want to be the best athlete you possibly can, you're going to try and get that custom fit wheelchair for you. The athletes come with their own chairs, but we do kind of have a sponsorship kind of stuff worked out where we provide them a sports chair their sophomore year or second year of school, as long as they meet a certain academic criteria. So it's eligibility and just being, it's like a 2.3, 2.4 GPA. Eligibility requirements is a 2.0. All right. So they have to be a little bit above barely being eligible from that perspective. And then they kind of use that chair throughout their career while they're at SMSU. Wheelchair basketball, because we're not part of the NCAA, we kind of have our own kind of set of rules. They get 5 years eligibility. By the time that individual is done with their eligibility, exhaust their eligibility, that chair is going to be used and abused. It's going to be the shelf life of those chairs during the college years are going to be about 3.5, 4 years, possibly 5, just of how rigorous and strenuous the chairs are being used throughout that time. So we practice every day, 5 days a week from early September till the end of March, essentially from that perspective. And then the scholarships and then other stuff questions I think you asked. So yeah, we do provide scholarships, but we don't provide full ride scholarships. We provide little kind of sponsorships from that perspective. And then traveling, we have to travel really, really far, which is not cheap type of deal. So anything else you'd like to add?
That's good. So it's not NCAA sports, so we have to find money to support that. But Derek is very good at working with donors and bringing sponsorships from them.
Fantastic. I'm going to take one more question from a committee member, and then I'd like to finish the rest of the presentation and hold your more questions until we're finished with everyone, and then we'll have a wrap up at the end. So, Trustee Richter?
How do these scholarships compare to other student athletes, just monetary wise?
Well, it depends on how many athletes they have. Like football, I think has 26 full ride scholarships, but they don't award full ride scholarships. They take those 26 scholarships, divide into several, and they have 110 athletes, right? And we support basketball, women's basketball, men's basketball, and volleyball, women's volleyball at the highest level. So they are allowed to have 10 scholarships, I think. We provide 8 or 9, and they fundraise for the other 2. So it all depends. I'm not exactly sure how many, golf and others have 1 scholarship. It depends on them. So they have 1 point. Under 2, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to turn this back over to you, Satasha. So we have more presenters, and hold because you may get more questions. Okay, so don't go anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Teffer. Our next presenters will be joining us virtually. I think Carrie will help us get them up and going. And then I'll just turn it over to President Parker to kick off her presentation.
Thank you, Trustee Teffer, Trustee Sewell, Chancellor Olson, Board of Trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to share this amazing work that's going on at South Central College. When you look at why are we doing this, it really focuses on our mission. And I'm going to read South Central College's mission to you. South Central College provides an accessible and inclusive learning environment that cultivates student success and advances regional economic development. And so why was it important to us? When I saw this presentation shortly after we submitted our new mission statement to the Board of Trustees, and knew it really pulled at my heartstrings that it was something we needed to do to make sure that we created an accessible environment for everyone that wanted to attend South Central College. And so I came back to the college and I said, is this something we could do? I saw the amazing success that the institution that started this organization out in California had, and the 5 or 6, the handful of other institutions around the country that had success with the Uniquely Abled program. And I'm really proud to say that South Central College embraced this work, and it took us a couple of years to make it happen, and you're going to hear all about that, I think. And then we were able to really make this happen. And if you ever get an opportunity to attend the Uniquely Abled graduation ceremony that we have, you will be just as impressed. It's one of the best days of the year for our college. Everyone is there, our hearts are warmed and our smiles are big, and it has helped us to really understand what DEI is about, what accessibility is about, and being inclusive. I really want to take this opportunity to thank a few people because it was just me that saw this opportunity and asked the college to bring it home, and they did that. First of all, John Morgan, our faculty member, who you'll be hearing from shortly. When I see the students gather around John, it warms my heart. I'm extremely proud of him. And I let him know that just a few minutes ago in the chat. And I think the things that he has learned, I will let him share, has made him and everyone around him better. And they were great already. I also want to thank Kristen Underwood, who you'll hear from, who is our director of our CTCE. We have a different name for it at South Central College, but it's CTCE. And I really want to share something about that, because a lot of times they do customized training, workforce for profit. And Kristen takes from her time to make this happen when the metrics might not show the great work that she does. And I think that it also gives us a light into how we go from non-credit to credit as we had those conversations, the great work that Kristen has done. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kristen and say thank you to her again.
Thanks, Dr. Parker. Hi, everybody. Kristen Underwood, Director of Customized Workforce Education at South Central College. So that's what our CECT department is called here. And you can flip, oh, actually we'll stay on this slide and we can flip in a minute. So I really want to focus this presentation on the impact of the Uniquely Abled Academy on the community, on faculty, and on students. So that's who we're going to have in the lineup today presenting, is going to talk about that community connection, that faculty impact, and that student impact. So we're really excited to have speakers here today. I think the biggest thing when I started the Uniquely Abled Academy, and I can't take credit for that. There were, like Dr. Parker said, there were things already underway. We had a DHS grant that was received prior to me coming in. So we had some funding there, which is probably the hardest thing to get a program like this off the ground. But I started in February and our first cohort was in June. And if you look back at the documentation and the consulting from the Uniquely Abled Project out of California, they say it probably takes a year to get a program going. So I started in February and it lifted off in June. And I remember the consultant, when we finally touched base, he said, "We described your college. We didn't tell you this to your face. So we described you as a train wreck." And I was like, wow, okay, good to know. But I think the coolest thing is seeing everybody come together and rally around a program like this to get it off the ground and make it happen. And I think it's been an awesome success story and something that we're learning from the entire time. And I think one of the biggest impacts I had when I first started it, when we opened up applications online, and the parents that were calling me from Iowa, the cities, north of the cities, people wanted a program like this, needed a program like this. And you could hear the desperation in parents' voices when they say, "I have a kid on the spectrum and we don't know what to do post-secondary." So we kind of had that along the way in high school. We have an IEP in place, we have everything going, but after graduation, now what? And I think this is a great example of the now what for people with unique abilities. And it's been really exciting to bring that to South Central College. So I'm going to turn it over to Alyssa Klein, who is our DEED partner, have her introduce herself and talk a little bit about the impact of the program from the community perspective.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Kristen. Good to see
Hi.
you
Thanks for
from
hopping.
afar.
Yes.
Yes, my name is Alyssa Klein, and I work at the Minnesota Department of Employment and Economic Development. We're a program called Vocational Rehabilitation Services. So we're a state and federally funded program that provides employment supports for people with disabilities. So we have, excuse me, staff assigned to every high school across the state to work with students primarily who have special education services. Although it's not limited, but students with disabilities in school as well as adults at any age to help them with their career planning. And I've been with our agency almost 30 years. And one of the things, my role is to help coordinate our services for high school students and young adults that are transitioning into adulthood. And just like Kristen said, we see challenges for a lot of our young people, particularly those who have autism spectrum disorder, who need some alternative ways for gaining that post-secondary education and training, who might not be successful in our traditional models of post-secondary ed. And what Uniquely Abled Academy provides, which is, I'm sure Kristen and others will get into it a lot more, but they provided a summer 10-week program that provides CNC machine operation training to a cohort of typically about 6 students to learn how to be a CNC machine operator. And they're getting that hands-on training in a small classroom setting where they're also getting additional support. So I know they'll also talk about the support person that's in the classroom that helps them. And that is key, that extra support to help them be successful. So our agency comes along to help with the recruiting of students because we are serving many of them already. If they're not already being served by our program, we talk to them about how we can provide the wraparound services. So we get to know them and their disability and what supports will help them be successful. And then we all meet together with the staff at South Central College to, along the way, while they're in the program, to help them be successful and then help them, most importantly, when they're done, get a job. And that's the key. I will also say last night I attended the first open house at Hennepin Technical College. They will be expanding the program, which we're so thrilled about this summer. We had at the first open house, 15 young men and their families come and learn. And just like Kristen said, these are young people that were so excited to have an opportunity. Some of them told me that they weren't successful. They've tried post-secondary and haven't been successful so far. They need that extra support. Their families are so thrilled to have an opportunity like this. So it just goes to show this partnership that we have. And I will pass it back because I know we have others to talk. So thank you all for having me.
Thanks, Alyssa. Carrie, would you mind advancing the slides, or whomever is controlling the slides? I don't think I can do that from afar. Okay, perfect. I'll add on this too. What you're seeing in the picture as well is Brock, one of our graduates in our 2024 cohort, who was put on the Minnesota Manufacturing Tour, right on the front page, and everybody signs media releases. So he didn't know he was going to be on the front page until well after. And he came up and he was like, I was on the front page of the Tour of Manufacturing, which is pretty awesome. And we're just really trying to highlight that. And one of the things too to note is that how the presentation is formed is that there's information in your packet, and we're instructed not to overlap any of that information. So a lot of the background of information is on that. So if you want me to go into details, I certainly can. But okay, so you can advance to the next slide now. And now I'm going to have John Morgan. I have to say that him and I met and you can go back one slide. There we go. Thank you. Sorry, guys. It's always a little bit hectic to coordinate on Zoom. But I remember calling John when I was charged with this program. And I said, actually, he called me. Let's be honest there. He called me and said, what are you guys doing in my lab this summer? And I said, oh, I'm brand new to the college. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm trying to figure everything out. I'm charged with this new program. And I didn't have an instructor yet for the program. And we were looking at doing a contract vendor. How is this going to work to make this program work? And John said, well, why don't I teach it? And I said, yes, like I would love that. And looking back, that was just instrumental. And this program would not be successful and not be what it's meant to be if we didn't have internal faculty teaching this program. Because what it does is it allows students to come into SCC and then continue with SCC and have that full experience of what Dr. Parker was talking about is truly accessible education. So it was really life-changing, and John makes the program. If we didn't have someone like John instructing, it wouldn't be the same. And you can see he's there with Gus today, and they're gonna chat now. So I'll turn it over to John, but thank you, John, for everything you do for this program.
Hello. Yeah, it has been awesome to have the support from Dr. Parker as well. So she's been a real champion in this. So I wanted to say thank you, Dr. Parker. As a faculty member, I've been teaching machine tool technology here at South Central College, going on my 16th year. It's been a real pleasure to teach students a career and fill the skills gap that we have out there in industry with this. And I think that's where the Uniquely Able Academy really comes into play. There is a skills gap there. You know, it's not easy sometimes to find employees or CNC operators. So I think bringing in the Uniquely Abled Academy along with this is a win-win situation. What has had an impact on me as an instructor is the DEI part of it is really eye-opening. It really made me look at how clean, clear, and concise my lesson plans were and how I'm delivering the material. So it really opened my eyes quite a bit. And as far as the CNC operation, here at South Central College and the Uniquely Abled Academy, we start with the basic foundation of CNC operation, and then we actually make a part. And what we made this last summer was, I don't know if you can see this, was a little 3D puzzle, an elephant. And so it really was cool that the students in the program got to set up the machines, got to run the parts, and then at the end, put together an advanced assembly that they got to take home. And they thought that was really cool. And we've had students that have taken that Uniquely Able Academy and then come right into the 2-year program and advance their skills even more. And so I just really think that as far as the community and the college and the students and everybody, it's a win-win situation. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Kristen.
And actually, you can turn it right to Gus, since Gus is sitting by you too. So the next step, and you can advance the slide as well. Gus has been with us since the original cohort. and you can go, yeah, there we go. And he has seen it all and been with us through it all. And we so appreciate his support and his advocacy for the program. We often pick on him to do some of these things because he's around the college. So I'm sure he's probably tired of the ask, but Gus, we so appreciate you here today to share how this has impacted you.
Oh, that's no problem, Kirsten. Well, my name is Gus. I am a graduate of the UAA program. Did that in the summer of 22 with the first cohort, Kirsten said. And I'm one of the students who stuck around. I decided to switch from Mankato State University to South Central, continue my general educations there, and then continue into a 2-year program with John. And I should be graduating at the end of the semester with my, Associate of Applied Science with Machine Tool Technology and an Associate of the Arts. It's been a real journey. The impact of that summer made on me was just incredible. The UAA introduced machining to me as well as South Central College, and I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for them and the efforts of John, Dr. Parker, and Kristen. If everything goes according to plan, I should be graduating this spring, getting out of here. I'll graduate on the dean's list and should have no problem finding work in the field. I feel really happy about that. From a personal standpoint too, the UAA has also been amazing. I had the chance to come back and work as a lab assistant for John in the most recent cohort. I learned a lot about myself and a lot about machining while I was there for the summer for the second time. This time in a different perspective. I think a lot of people benefit from the UAA, and I hope that other people can benefit from it as much as I have. And I would love to see it extended to other universities.
Thanks, Gus. I think one of the things that's been awesome to watch, Gus, from the outside is your progression and that confidence building too. And just like you said, you came back as a lab assistant, which was a cool thing that popped up because you were working with a local agency that actually paid you. So it was outside of our budget for the program, and they paid you to be that lab assistant and mentor, which was just watching all of our systems work fantastically. I know in the last presentation you talked about funding being an issue. I'll talk about that as well with this program, but that's something where it truly shows how community partners at the college, students are all working together to make this work. So, and I think it's really cool to see you come from a student didn't know anything about machining into like a master of your trade and teaching other people how to do it. So it's been just fantastic. So thank you, Gus. You can go ahead and advance to the next slide. Thank you. So we heard more of the stories and the impacts on that personal side of things. And then I want to bring some data to it as well. So you can see in our 2022 cohort, we had 18 applicants apply to the program, 12 accepted, 9 persisted. The numbers there are double. We actually had 2 faculty teaching that year. So Bill Block is also in our MTT program at SCC, and he was the other faculty member that taught. What I didn't realize when I took on the grant, that was a double cohort. I thought it was just normal. This is a normal class size. Here we go. And then again, meeting with the consultant who probably rightly named us a train wreck in the beginning, said, why do you have so many students? I'm like, I thought this is what we're going to do. This is meeting the objectives of the grant, but we had a double cohort and we still pulled it off, which is exciting. So one of the things to call out there is that there were 5 unknown outcomes. And that's one thing where we were partnering with DEED, but not as, what am I looking for? Like directly as we could have. They were kind of there in the perimeter. And then we just really worked on that relationship, because after people graduate, they don't always come back and tell you what they're doing. And you'll probably all know that from the Board of Trustees, that the graduate follow-up survey used to run that at MSU, and getting feedback from people and where they are after they graduate is very difficult. So that was one thing we moved to. We have to figure out where these students are going to prove the concept of this program. So the next year in 2023, we right-sized it. We got to 7 applicants, 6 accepted, 5 persisted. And then we had outcomes. We know where those students are. And I actually just reached out to one of the students last night. As I was thinking about it, he went to the one that attended college was at MIC. So if you've heard of that, it's the Minnesota Independence College. I wrote that down, in community. Yes, I think that's right. And so it's a college in the city specifically for neurodiverse folks. And so he dropped out of our program and attended there is what he did. So then you can see 2 were employed. 1 went back to high school. 1 was in unrelated seeking, and 1 was working on his driver's license. And then 2024, 11 applicants, 7 accepted. I should have updated. Sorry, the persisted, 7 persisted. So everyone made it through the program. We did a lot of work on making sure everybody was wanting CNC. In the very first cohort, it was like, we'll take whomever applies. Let's first come, first serve sort of thing. And then we're really drilling down on that of who is workforce ready, who wants CNC, who is going to be successful in this program. So we really worked on that end of it. And then we had employer relationships as well. But one of the things that we're finding this time is there is a change in market. So right now, I think we do have 1 positive outcome we just heard about last week, working with MPMA, which is the Minnesota Precision Manufacturing Association. I feel like I got a word wrong in there, but it's MPMA. And they were working with one of our students along with Alyssa from DEED and her folks. And we have someone, I think, placed in a job tryout, which is awesome. So hopefully we're going to hear some more positive outcomes from this last cohort, but the market changed. So, and with everything with the new election and everything like that, we've just got, it's a change in the manufacturing world out there. So it's really hard when we felt like we had everything figured out. One of the pieces we were really missing is that employer connection to make sure that they're going right into employment afterwards and not having this gap in between. So that was our next step to work on. And we have a pilot program of a uniquely able print press operator with Taylor Corp down in Mankato. And that's the plan with this program. So we're going to run that this summer, is to progress people from the program into a 2-week job tryout and hopefully into employment right with Taylor Corp. So there's no gaps and they're not going to kind of fall off our radar and not get the support they need. So we're really excited about the future of UAA, but one of the things is that we're non-credit. And the reason we do that is so we can make it super nimble. So we can have a success coach in the classroom with these students the whole entire time. So we can change the curriculum on a dime when it's not working. We can add in a certification if we need to. And so that's the fun part, I think, about my job and working in non-credit education is we can just change things. And when you're on the credit side, as we all know, it takes a little bit more time to do that. So with that, though, comes the challenges of the funding part. So with DEED, they've really come alongside us and helped with that funding after our DHS grant ran out. Because the other thing is you want sustainable funding for this. So you can keep kind of applying for grants year after year and hoping that it's going to come along. But with DEED, it was a sustainable source of funding. But now they're also changing their models and they're really looking at our outcomes of the program. And when you say, well, you know, you've got one that maybe went back to high school or one in unrelated employment or what have you, that's not necessarily the definition of success in the workforce metrics, but I would say it is really successful for these students. And we had from our first cohort, we had somebody that was employed as a butcher, and that was his dream job. But someone reminded me in a presentation, they're like, being a butcher actually relates a lot to CNC. And so maybe by him going through the CNC program, he actually did build the confidence and the skills to be effective in his current job. So I think what I would want to extend to you all, kind of that call to action, as I talked about in the last presentation, is how are we funding programs like this? How are we supporting programs like this? And how are we looking at the metrics and what does it mean to be successful in this program? And how can we kind of expand that a little bit to include people that go through the program and go into more of a butcher role or something like that? Because I think we played a part in his success and now he's in the community and working, but it might not be what our traditional definition of success is. So I'll leave it to that and now leave it open for questions as well. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to, I have 2 questions for people and then open it up first to committee members and then anyone else who is available. My first question goes back to, apparently now we're calling him President Jay. President Jay, and I'm with honor. I have a question about the broader understanding across the population of prospective students in the United States, not just here, who are mobility impaired. And I'm wondering, to what degree is your university on the map? How is it advertised? Do you get students from out of state or way far? I have a feeling I know the answer, but I'd really like to hear this back from you. Thank you.
Yeah, we actually not only get people from other faraway states, but also from other countries. Like those two students you saw there, one is from Mexico. The national team. I think Mexico didn't play in the Paralympics, but he would have been on that team. One thing I forgot to mention is Derek would have had a chance to coach their team too. They were talking to him about coaching. That's Mexico, right? Yeah. So yes, but I think we can still trust it. Chair Taffer, I think we can do more marketing, because we have not specifically marketed to that group of students.
Thank you. I'm just hoping, even in the state of Minnesota itself, and there may in fact be people who are firmly involved with Minnesota State who are unaware of your campus, the design of the campus, the strategic work that has been done for people with physical limitations and their need to access higher ed. I'm very impressed. It was for me, it was a real turning point when I was visiting your campus to understand this part of. My second question, and I'm not sure if this goes to Dr. Green-Steven or who else might be able to help me with this, but I have known for some time about the program for people with neurodivergent abilities. And I am wondering, number one, about how people, it sounds like there are people who are interested in access from fairly significant distances. They were talking about out of state conversations. Number one, I'm interested in knowing how people live. I mean, do we have dorms? Do we have thoughts about how do we house people there? And number two, and again, this might be more for the Senior Vice Chancellor, what other campuses are interested in taking the work that's been done on one individual campus to see how we can work this greater across the system in a different way? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Teffer. So the first question I will defer to the South Central team to talk about the housing and residence halls. In terms of how to take this to scale and the interest of other campuses, we have not done any type of survey or conversation to that, but I do believe my colleague here did say that there's another institution that's doing something similar. We haven't surveyed that, but that's definitely something we can do to see other campuses that may be interested in taking or replicating this program.
Thank you. Is anyone who is online can help me to answer the question about students, housing students so that they can access higher ed?
I think, Teffer, I believe Kristen can answer part of that question, probably all, but I also would say that Hennepin Tech saw what we were doing, and I think we've been helping. And as well as the Uniquely Abled Academy, their offices in California, they provide a consultant. And so, and they help all of the institutions get their programs launched, but they also provide opportunities for them all to come together and learn from each other and consult with each other. And so Hennepin Tech has been at the table in that effort as well. And also South Central College has been, as another Minnesota State institution, been giving them our opinion and our personal guidance. But I'll let Kristen answer the housing question.
Yeah, that's something that I've heard. There's a history of it with South Central College and looking at housing opportunities, but at this point in time, we don't have that. We did have someone that was going to do like an apartment situation and do like a sublease, but the other part of that is just having all those supports in place. So I think when you start to change up a student's environment where they're adjusting then to an apartment, a new location, trying to figure that all out, it would be more difficult to support those students and make sure they're getting everything that they need so they can be successful in the program. So at this point in time, we haven't entertained housing further than that. But one of the things, like Dr. Parker was saying, is helping Hennepin Tech get off the ground. That felt really great to have a sister college offering a program like this, and theirs will start this summer. And just knowing that in the metro area, it's obviously a bigger population than Mankato. And if we're drawing as much as we have and the students we have, they're going to draw a lot more just being from that highly dense or densely populated area. So we're excited about that. And I would encourage all colleges to look at it. But we go back to that funding piece too. They're working off a Drive for 5 grant is what Hennepin Tech is. And so how do we, and Alyssa and her team at DEED is helping support too, those wraparound services, but how do we really fund non-credit education as a state is a big question. And I know that's been asked in a lot of different venues, but that's something that we got to figure out.
Thank you very much for your answer. I appreciate it. I'd like to open this up if there are further questions. We'll take just a few, and because we do have continue to have a packed agenda. So Trustee Grabowska.
My question, Kristen, goes to your last comment. Some of your students are matriculating as students at South Central. If I'm not mistaken, somebody went to other institutions. And so are you running into issues with credit for prior learning, or are people accepting this work and providing credits for those students so that they can continue without beginning from zero?
We have it worked out, at least specifically with South Central College, that there are 3 credits for CPL. So that's been a great process we have internally. We haven't had students, I guess, where the transfer credit would be applicable. We haven't had students go elsewhere after that. I know it could also be, what am I looking for? I want to say extracurricular. That's not the right word that I'm trying to grab, but someone's got to help me out with this. My mind is blank for some reason, but it's find the word, Kristen. It's basically a credit that's not exactly in your program. Y'all are probably shouting it out at me, but so essentially it does count for 3 credits within our machine tool technology program, or the word that I cannot, Dr. Parker, you got to help me.
General education, some of the transfer curriculum.
Yes, thank you. So it will count for that, for 3 credits of that. So we have that worked out for sure. It hasn't been a problem that we've seen, but it's more about how do we fund the actual program to build that stream? Because once they get in to the credit side, then funding follows. That makes a lot of sense. And we have structures in place for that.
Thank you. It sounds like, I'm going to take another question over here.
Thank you, Chair Tepper. Just a quick one for Alyssa Klein. I know this program is for people with autism, the uniquely AA thing, I think. So I'm curious how the department, so some students who say have autism or ADHD, I don't know what qualifies as disability in your program, but people are intellectually across a wide spectrum, even though they may have autism or something else. How do you assess and help them? Because they can be in a high school setting, and my friend's son has pretty severe ADHD. They put him in a behavior group, and so he believed he was, even though he was he's gifted and had severe, he came out of high school believing he was not very smart. And so how are we helping these students, since there's 2 of these people for each high school? That's pretty significant given the lack of counseling in our public schools. Helping these students understand they may have a brain that is neurodistinct, neurodivergent, but that doesn't mean that they're not capable in lots of ways, right?
Yes, well, I could go on and on to answer that, but I will say that is the mission of what we do with vocational rehabilitation services, is get to know a person, certainly understand how their disability impacts them, but then flip it, like where are your strengths? What are you good at? What are you interested in? And how do we help you make it happen? And certainly post-secondary education is a huge part of that for so many people. We're also looking at how this could be a pre-apprenticeship model or apprenticeship, not just for people with autism, although that's the top, the second, top disability category we serve, with mental health being number one, but we serve any type of disability. And so really, yeah, I mean, that's the core of what we do, is just figure out the best path forward and how they can get the support to get there. So I love that comment. And like I said, I could go on, but.
Thank you. Thank you. Either of the presidents have comments that they would like to add to our table or not? If not, last call, if anyone, okay, I have Trustee Sharon. I will.
Thank you, but this is more comment than it is just, I'm very excited to hear from all of you. I want to shout out to Dr. Parker, because I know that you've been really a leader in this area of creating programs for persons with, I thought the language is so clearly describing the program you have at South Central and then our developed place, that it's a uniquely abled project. It's a positive statement. And much of the presentation is about how identifying those students and wrapping your arms around them and helping them in various ways be successful, to be able, as we do with all of our students, this is not unique to this population, but for all of our students, to identify the baseline and then to move the students forward so that they can be all that they can be, and to let them see and dream and have that vision. So I really applaud this. It's very close to my heart, and I just want to say this. I'm sorry to go here, but when I was in the Senate, one of the issues that in this arena that was a concern for me, I was in the area of health and human services, was the lack of hiring. So this is, in your programs, you also want to not only give these opportunities, but to move them into work. You talked about Taylor Core and Mankato, for example. But we need to, as a system, and in our colleges and in the legislature and in the state offices, need to be having we have this diversity and inclusion concept, but it's really important to highlight and get past our biases against people that have various levels of barriers to learning, that many people with those have all sorts of competencies that can be utilized in our workforce. And we are uniquely positioned to lead and to demonstrate that we need to have part of our workforce be persons that are uniquely abled. We started in the Senate a program that allowed internships for students specifically in this category. Why? Because we needed to break through the attitudes that people have that you cannot incorporate persons with various disabilities into your workplace. So thank you for doing this. I know the program was about how we wrap ourselves around identifying and wrap around students and moving them to their highest capacity. But I just wanted to let loose on the idea that I'd like to know, what % of our workforce is in this category, and what are we doing specifically to recruit, not only in the system office, but on our campuses, persons who have capacities that, because of bias, we do not allow them to move into the workforce. And I'll let go.
Thank you. I will let Alyssa respond to that, if you would.
I'll say thank you, and I'd be happy to help you with that. We've got a lot of people that we serve, and so thank you for that comment.
If I could, Trustee Teffer, if I could respond to Trustee Sharon. Trustee Sharon, I think, thank you for your comments. And it was important for us for our internal community, our internal stakeholders to understand our mission and how this was important to our mission. But it's also been very important for Greater Mankato in our understanding of what inclusion is all about. And the employers, we invited the Taylor Corporation to one of the graduations for these students. And as a result, they have paid to develop the curriculum for the print press operators and creating a path for them into the Taylor Corporation, which I think helps the community to understand the diversity of our mission. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone for quite a delightful conversation. I'm going to let it go at this point. I would invite any other trustees who want to continue a conversation or have ongoing things that they feel are unresolved, that you address those directly, I think, to the Senior Vice Chancellor and her office. And we may come back and revisit the topic at another time. But thank you to our presenters for coming. We very much appreciate it. And we're going to be in another maybe 2 minutes or something like that. We're going to need to turn to our 5th agenda item. And so I'll let you take a minute to regroup and we'll start soon. Thank you.
resources across student population. So standardization may be one of the recommendations that they make to the Office of Higher Education regarding placement.
Good afternoon. I'm Anthony Miller, Assistant Director for P20 and Student Success, and I will be speaking to the findings on admission or advising and multilingual learners. So for advising, part of this process was a data collection within the system, and half of the responding colleges and universities indicated that they require students to meet with an advisor when they enroll. Part of what the consultants had identified as a good practice, a best practice, is having more of that early advising contact. But they noted that to do that, it is often a question of resources like bandwidth, as opposed to a desire to have such a program in place. And so they noted that this is something that is an area of opportunity, but there's often a bandwidth squeeze. And then for multilingual learners, they noted that there are inconsistent placement practices across the system, which could lead to inequitable outcomes depending on what placement practice is the learner, the student is encountering. And so having more consistency in that is the direction of recommendation that we may come forward from that. As Jesse mentioned, partnership with adult basic education is another area specifically for English language learners. Many of those who are in the adult basic education programs seeking English language instruction are at sort of a higher proficiency level that the consultants said or identified as good potential target audiences for post-secondary education, but that within 2 years of their completion of those programs, there are few who are in post-secondary institutions. And so this connection there could be a recommendation that goes forward as well. And for English proficiency and English course success, the consultants here were looking at data from the SLEDS data, looking at specifically Minnesota State high school students who are in English language learning tracks, and noted that there are they noted differentiated outcomes for students who are placed in developmental education and students who are not. For students who are not placed into developmental education, coming through these programs, they pass the college level English course at similar levels as those who were not in these English language learner programs. For those who were placed in developmental education, they noted that their college level success tended to be lower than comparable students. And so they identified this as a potential concern around this.
So the next step will be that the Office of Higher Education, thank you, the Office of Higher Education will submit their recommendation to the legislators slated for next month, February. And at that time, once following that submission, it will be publicly available. Any questions?
Yeah, we'll open it up. I look like I already have two. Trustee Grabowska, I think we'll let you do.
Quick question, Anthony. How many languages are represented within our system? Any idea?
I don't have a number off the top of my head, but I know that there are many that students who are coming into our system come from many linguistic backgrounds, but I'm not sure the exact number.
Trustee Jacqueline Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Tiffer. Thank you for this information. I want to make sure that I understood something correctly, but I think I might have understood it incorrectly. So 2 questions. One, I believe that you said that you don't always have access to high school GPA, and I wonder why not. And just there's probably something I just don't get in the process. And then the other question that I have, I believe that you mentioned that half of the colleges and universities require students to meet with an advisor when they enroll, but that means that half of them don't. Am I correct about that? And then connected to that, I guess I'd be really interested in, probably having served too long as a faculty member at an institution in Michigan, do faculty play a key role in that advising, or are we relying on special cadre of advisors? So I'm sorry about so many questions at once, but I thought I had the floor to go. Thank you.
Chair Teffer, Trustee Johnson, the GPX is really for many of the colleges, and correct me if I'm wrong, Anthony, and our multiple measures come from them telling you what their GPA about, because by the time we get the transcript and able to verify, it may be a longer process. So we are dependent, in those who have been out of high school or attended high school or got a GED, may be more difficult then. And so that's why we've kind of depended during this pilot on them self-disclosing what their GPAs particularly are and having access to that. One of the workarounds would be to set up some kind of process or mechanism with the Office of Higher Education and the Department of Education to be able to have that information readily available for our advisors when students are admitted or apply to our colleges and universities. The second part, in reference to the advising, half of our, what they found was looking at the websites and then following up if they didn't find the answers on the website in reference to first-time admitted students, that many of the colleges had on their website that they had to meet with an advisor before they completed registration. And the other half probably didn't because of bandwidth and the low number. And so sometimes, for example, through our Desire to Learn, they would have kind of videos that they would process through to help them with most frequently answered questions around enrollment and introduce them to their programs of study so they don't take courses that they don't particularly need. And so that's why they kind of honed in on that. Those colleges that had students meet with advisors, those students probably were better off than those, the other half that didn't require or couldn't require that for some reason. And the third question.
But if I could just, I do want to just make a connection to the presentation that we heard yesterday, and I think it's one of the places where we should ask a question about artificial intelligence and chatbots and answering the questions and via something that is artificial intelligence, and whether that is something for us to look at across the system, whether actually meeting with a person might be more labor intensive, but might also make a difference in terms of retention. So thank you.
The two-year colleges, the advising is done by academic professionals, except for in technical programs. Some faculty have the responsibility of advising students in their career and technical program. And I believe in the 4-year, faculty are a part of the advising in it. But as far as using AI, I don't know if we've had a larger discussion here, but I know across the country there have been discussions in reference to leveraging AI in some of the smaller parts of advising.
If there are no other particular questions, thank you, Trustee Johnson. Those were great questions. I'm hoping perhaps that the Senior Vice Chancellor might be able to give us some bit of update after the legislature, after they work on do their work in February, possibly, and we might be able to get an update for the rest of the committee. If there are no other comments, we very much appreciate it, and we do look forward to hearing what the outcomes are as this goes back to the Capitol. So thank you again. Thank you, everyone. And we're going to again, do another switch up of our present to go to our last agenda item in about 2 or 3 minutes, if we can do that. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. So thank you for your patience. The sixth and final agenda item for academic affairs today is restructuring of Dakota County Technical College and Inver Hills Community College. This item will require a committee action. A little background, Inver Hills Community College and Dakota County Technical College are with us today, asking for approval to pursue a merger. And just so you make sure you understood what I said, this is a vote to pursue the merger, thereby becoming one accredited institution with 2 geographic locations. A merger would support and develop already existing collaborations between the campuses and, in addition, would address issues associated with faculty and students who already share 2 campuses. Background information about the project here is available to committee members and everyone else who can read, beginning on page 264 of the online board book. Here to present, once again, is the Senior Vice Chancellor, Satasha Green-Steven, the Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, if you don't remember that, and Michael Barrett, the President of both Dakota County Technical College and Inver Hills Community College, and I will let you guys take it over. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Teffer. I'm gonna turn it immediately over to President Barrett so we can get through the presentation and have time to for questions.
Chair Teffer, trustees, Chancellor Olson, President, thank you. Let me try again. Chair Teffer, trustees, Chancellor Olson, system and college and university colleagues. I'm here this morning to request that the Academic and Student Affairs Committee bring forward a motion to support the intent of Dakota County Technical College and Inver Hills Community College to merge into one accredited institution, and in support of that charge to develop a comprehensive plan and timeline for such a merger and for securing institutional accreditation. This request follows from a long history of collaboration between the 2 institutions that goes back many years. Because the 2 colleges are only 10 miles apart and serve many of the same communities, collaboration has made academic and financial sense. Collaboration and sharing of positions accelerated when the 2 colleges were brought under one president in FY 2014. As opportunities have presented themselves, the 2 institutions have continued to align positions, departments, and programs, and these aligned positions have helped to reduce our personnel costs while maintaining essential services during a long period of enrollment declines. So when I came into this role as interim president in 2018, I was given 2 general directives from our former chancellor. The DCTC and Inver Hills would continue to operate as independently accredited institutions, and that we must continue to seek ways to align where we could serve our students and communities more efficiently and effectively. To navigate these 2 charges, we created an alignment committee with representation from all of our bargaining units at each college to assess our current state and to identify ways we could make the process of alignment more planful. We developed the following vision and conducted campus-wide conversations and surveys that helped us identify priority areas for further alignment work. We started to host in-service days together and to facilitate opportunities for faculty and staff to get to know each other. And of course, some of that was set back by the pandemic. But in 2020, we went into our strategic planning process and developed a joint strategic plan, advancing collaboration as a cross-cutting strategy. And out of that planning process, the colleges developed mission statements with shared elements that were here to help students learn, discover, and build a better future. We developed a common vision, provide a transformational education for every student, founded on belonging, learning, support, clear pathways, and community engagement. And we developed shared values to be student-centered, equity-minded, and community engaged. Since 2020, we continued alignment. We aligned the directors of K-12 partnerships, the Center for Teaching and Learning, public safety. We aligned the registrar, veteran services. We began even sharing some of our academic advising work. And in the summer of 2023, the chancellor, recognizing the progress that we had made in aligning our two institutions, encouraged us to consider a merger as one of our future options. And so in the fall of 2023, we communicated the vision to lean more fully into our alignment, openly recognizing the potential of a merger as one of our options. We also launched bold future teams in some of our key areas like advising and admissions. And we kicked off conversations in some of our academic programs where we had the most potential duplication. So deeper alignment of employees and leaning into shared strategic initiatives exacerbated some of the challenges we face as aligned institutions. We manage separate budgets. We maintain separate technology platforms. We have different academic policies and procedures. Shared employees must navigate these differences, often moving back and forth in their platforms multiple times a day as they're trying to serve the students who are unique to each institution. As president, I felt increasing pressure from our staff to make a decision whether to merge or to stabilize our current state of alignment. So in the summer of 2024, we created a 4-phase process for moving that decision forward, adapting practices that were used by Minnesota North in their decision. And I just want to take a moment to thank President Riach and his whole team. They have been tremendously generous in sharing their time, their resources, their lessons learned, and that is making our process much stronger. That's what systemness really should look like. So this process has included increased communication, giving faculty and staff multiple pathways for bringing forward feedback. And we've been meeting regularly with students, with business and community leaders, with industry partners, and with our bargaining units. For example, we created a committee of all of our collective bargaining unit leaders so that each group at each college would hear the same information at the same time. One of our challenges, because we had 2 shared governances, 2 meet and confers, 2 student senates, and they were all scheduled at different times, information was coming out that other groups didn't have, and we wanted everybody to have the same information at the same time. We also created a Teams page where employees could access information, including summaries of discussions led by supervisors and deans, and the results of college-wide surveys. Our goal in these discussions has been to provide multiple mechanisms for feedback to come forward and then to make that information widely available. So out of these discussions, we heard loud and clear, especially from our staff, that our current state of alignment was not sustainable. Shared employees were challenged not only by the requirements of navigating different systems and policies, but all of our employees were fatigued by the ambiguity of our current state. We were continuing to integrate, but the end state was not clear. We also heard that there were many benefits that we might realize through a merger. We'd already realized a number of operational efficiencies, and through a merger, we would realize additional savings. We would gain some additional capacity in our staff who currently maintain these different systems and manage different processes. So for example, instead of sending 2 teams of admissions representatives who would literally stand next to each other at college fairs and in our high schools, we could send 1 team representing both institutions. And that would give us the capacity to do more with the prospects that we were cultivating and to extend our geographic reach to other schools in our service area. So the most significant benefits, though, will be in the areas of student learning and success. We would bring our 2 portfolios of academic programs together within a guided learning pathways framework. We could offer students more options to move among programs within the same industry clusters. We can offer a more robust schedule of classes, and we could use our 2 campuses more strategically. Currently, we have space constraints at DCTC that limit our ability to expand some of our high demand programs. To locate any of these programs off campus is time consuming and expensive. It takes us about a year in working with the Higher Learning Commission to get one off-campus location approved. So when we decided to move forward with the merger, we offered a vision of being the college of choice for the communities we serve in the South Metro. That vision will further evolve as we deepen our discussions this spring. For example, at our spring in service, our faculty leadership facilitated a conversation among the faculty around organizational culture, asking what is unique about each institution and what are those qualities that we want to bring forward and uplift as we bring our two institutions together. So if given approval, we would continue with phase 2 of the merger. This includes working with the Higher Learning Commission on a change of control process, finishing integration planning, finalizing a timeline, and moving forward with renaming, mission review, rebranding, and developing a common website. We have been planning for we have really been pushing for that May 2026 to assess how much capacity we really had and what we would have to compromise on to make that aggressive target. But we were also recognizing that we may need to also look at a May 2027 target. We included both scenarios because we certainly recognize that some elements of the merger, curriculum integration, full year registration, workday implementation, those are all things that we're still learning how much we're in for. And they may push us to a longer timeline. And I do want to acknowledge that even this week, our local MSCF leadership sent me letters advocating for that May 2027 target. We all want to do this well. And I think that's a shared commitment among all of us. And so administration, we're meeting with our faculty leaders this week. We're meeting with our directors tomorrow, who've been having ongoing conversations with their system counterparts, and we'll assess where we are, and so we can set a realistic target date. I just want to end by acknowledging all of the hard work of our faculty, staff, and college leadership in advancing our alignment. This has been a long journey. Since I made the decision in October to seek approval for the merger, I've been gratified to see how much people have really stepped up, working not only to advance our integration, but to start thinking about how do we position ourselves to serve students in our communities more effectively. So thank you again, Chair Teffer, trustees, for the opportunity to speak with you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. I would just like to reinforce the fact that that President Barrett at least 3 times identified the HLC or the Higher Learning Commission being a piece of this puzzle, and having worked for so long with so many accreditation site visits and what this is two colleges that are they're independently accredited. That alone is worth gold. Just the fact that you can put them into one institutional accreditation. I'm only making that point because it obviously hits me. I have one question before I'll open this up, and it is this: is there a single naysayer in this entire operation? Do you have anyone anywhere who is planning to object to this merger?
Now, there we go. Chair Teffer, trustees, we have people who are passionate about the institutions that they've identified with. And so what I've been surprised by after making the decision, though, is that people, even those who were very vocal about their concerns, I think have really stepped up to say, if this is the decision, then let's try to make the best of it and move it forward. I think with any significant change effort like this, we're going to have people that are going to be frustrated and would wish that things would always stay the same. But I do think people do recognize the value of what we're trying to create and working more together. One other thing I would say is there is concern among some of our technical faculty and some of our industry partners that we don't want to lose that identity as a technical institution. And so one way we're looking at how do we ensure that that has a strong voice is in our renaming conversation, which we'll consult with an outside company to help us facilitate that. But we do want to make sure that we're bringing in representatives from our industries, economic and community development agencies, at both the county and state and community or city level, to make sure that we hear what that potential impact would be if we didn't have that foregrounding of the technical mission that we have at the colleges.
I appreciate that, the fact that you were sensitive enough to listen to those anxieties that may be out there. So thank you. I'm going to open this back up now. We are going to be voting on this. So looks like I've got Trustee Jack.
I think that you already answered my question. It's being considered, not that you know what it would be, but there potentially could be a single name for one now accredited institution that is the combination of the two. Is that right?
Chair Teffer, Trustee Johnson, yes. I think one of the pieces we've heard strongly from our marketing folks is the challenge that they've had in trying to market two institutions, even through joint branding. And so I think there are ways to honor the histories of each institution while we move forward with one name.
Trustee Moe, did you come?
Thank you, Chair Teffer. I think, considering the testimony and all of the activity that's taken place, I can't imagine we're not going to move ahead on this. Secondly, I think it sends another strong message to the legislature that this system is responding to the dynamic nature of higher education. And finally, I'll never forget President Burch when we asked him about the dynamics of trying to pull all of those campuses together in the northeast. He said that the most difficult thing he had was emotional management.
There you go. Any other last comments before we vote? It looks good. All right. The recommended action is on page 267 of the online board book, and it reads, upon the recommendation of the Chancellor, the Academic and Student Affairs Committee recommends that the Board of Trustees support the intent of merging Dakota County Technical College and Inver Hills Community College into one accredited campus in college, two campuses, and charges President Barrett and with developing a comprehensive plan and timeline for such a merger and for securing institutional accreditation.
So moved. So moved. Aye.
Thank you, Chair Treffer. Thank you, trustees. Thank you, Chancellor.
Good job. So reconvene at